Morning, everyone. We'll begin today, as we often do, with an invocation. We have President Colton, President Bradley Hugh Colton of the Washington, D.C. YSA stake from the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. Mr. Colton, please rise as you're able.
Our dear Father in heaven, we're grateful for the opportunity we have to gather this morning as a county council to discuss the affairs of this county. We pray that our minds might be in tune with thy will, that we might strive to make this county a better place to live and work. We're grateful for the many blessings we enjoy and pray we might be able to help those less fortunate than us. Again, Father, we're grateful for our many blessings and pray for thy guidance and direction over the affairs of this meeting today, and we say these things in the name of thy Son, Jesus Christ. Amen.
Okay. Thank you for those words. We'll now turn to our announcements. Clerk Megan Lamarzi.
Good morning. The council is still seeking applicants for the Board of Appeals. The position can be filled by any person who is unaffiliated with the Democratic Party. So it could be filled by a Republican, a voter unaffiliated with any party, or a voter of a member of another party that's officially recognized by the Board of Elections. The deadline is tomorrow, October 10th at 5 p.m. The council has not received any petitions this week.
All right, thank you very much. Now we'll have action on the approval of our minutes from September 25th, 2018. Those minutes were distributed in advance to all council members. Are there any corrections? All right, not seeing any. The minutes are approved as introduced. And now we will turn to the consent calendar. We need a motion. Been moved by Mr. Blinner, seconded by Council Vice President Navarro. And Mr. Rice.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. And I wanted to highlight one of the first items in our consent calendar, which is an appropriation for school bus safety, for our school bus safety camera program. It was unanimous with our education committee. Let me just say that just this morning there was an incident. We're still getting details in terms of what happened, an accident in Aspen Hill. And it certainly is one that continues to highlight the risk that a lot of our children and school bus drivers face every morning as we try to balance folks getting to and from work and also ensuring that we have the safety of our children. And so while we hear a lot of times that folks criticize this program as somehow a revenue generator, let me just say, and the Education Committee and this full council has been stalwart in terms of really focusing on the safety aspect. The safety of our children is the utmost importance, and we know that with our Vision Zero initiative that we have here in the county, how dangerous it is for people versus automobiles. And so it really is one in which it certainly is a highlight for us to be able to continue to foster safety in our communities and ensure that those kids who are just trying to get to and from school safely can do so. And this supplemental appropriation is going to go ahead and continue to support our robust program that's doing so many great things and ensuring safety for our kids. So thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. Rice. Definitely agree. This program promotes a real culture of safety around kids. We've made some changes in recent years around the law and how you have to stop for buses, and now we have cameras. So we are, I think, really making progress towards communicating with our residents that safety is the first priority. Council Vice President Navarro.
Thank you. I do want to expound on that particular comment. I think it is absolutely critical that we continue to publicly remind everybody of the law and of the fact that we are moving forward with retrofitting so many of these buses with cameras precisely because we want to make sure that we do not have any incidents, and the one that occurred this morning, as it was stated, we are still receiving details. It is in my district, and it is a particular area that I drive every day. And there are lots and lots of students waiting for buses on a daily basis, trying to make sure that you negotiate the speeding that also goes on in Georgia Avenue. So we do have a lot of work to do, and I think that this particular appropriation continues to offer us a very important tool. But there is no doubt that, drivers need to understand that they need to slow down and they need to respect those buses when they are doing their duty, trying to protect our students. And again, my heart goes out to those students that were injured and those families. And as we continue to receive details, hopefully we can continue to address some of these issues regarding Vision Zero, et cetera. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Berliner.
Council President and colleagues, just very briefly want to turn your attention to item E, which is a resolution that we discussed last week when we were passing the Farm Alcohol Production Standards, ZTA, in which I shared with you that it was my intention to introduce a resolution that would call for a biennial review. And basically, a report would include, quote, an update on numbers of breweries, wineries, cideries, and distilleries in rural and agricultural areas, community feedback, community impacts, usage of locally produced agricultural ingredients, the state of the local cultivation market, and economic impacts. So I just wanted to share with my colleagues that I'd be pleased to have your support for such a resolution.
Thank you, Mr. Berliner. I'd like to co-sponsor that and observe. I have talked with Jeremy Criss, and I think it would be great to have some kind of a meeting this spring, perhaps, with some of our farmers and some of our brewers. Whether the brewers are located in the ag reserve or in the urban areas, they are using grain that could be grown locally, and it's a great opportunity for us to begin the conversation about how to connect our local production with our local growing, and Mr. Criss said he might be interested in, or would be interested in doing that, so I think it ties in with the spirit of your resolution, and appreciate your resolution. Mr. Leventhal.
Thank you. I just wanted to also call to my colleagues' attention item D, which is a special appropriation in the amount of $225,000 to continue the initiative that the council launched in the spring that provides matching grants to small startup biotechnology companies that are designated by NIH as worthy of receiving the Small Business Innovative Research and the Small Business Technology Transfer grants. All the work is done for us by the NIH. The NIH selects the firms that are the most innovative, and this is just really an attaboy that is unprogrammed and enables these small startup firms to, even small amounts of money, tens of thousands of dollars, can be very helpful if you're trying to get insurance for a new facility or trying to buy equipment or buy a vehicle. Because it's unrestricted, it's extremely useful as a company gets its footing. And I think that this, the initial appropriation that the council approved in the budget of $425,000 has already been exhausted. Not all companies eligible were able to draw these funds, and I think this $225,000 special appropriation is very consistent with other grants that we make out of the Economic Development Fund to foster innovation in an industry that we really want to see succeed in this county, an industry that is dedicated to curing disease and ameliorating suffering, creating jobs in the innovation sector. So I hope my colleagues will support this.
Thank you. Mr. Rice.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd just like to be added as co-sponsor to the resolution for the biennial report.
And Ms. Navarro will join you as well, and Mr. Katz, and Mr. Elrich, and Mr. Hucker. Very good. Okay, I believe that concludes our consent calendar. All those in favor, please raise your hands. And that is unanimous. Now we will turn to District Council session. And we have 3 items for District Council session, one of which we will likely continue in the afternoon, not conclude, but continue in the afternoon. We'll start with ZTA 1806, MPDU bonus density. And I will turn it to the chair of the Fed Committee to walk us through, and I am looking, there he is, for our council staff, Mr. Zients.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. President. This is actually, today is, I guess it's this council's last hurrah on our work on expanding the supply of affordable housing. That's item 4A. This element, this item before us, the next item, which has to do with accessory apartments, and then the complementary bill, which is item 5A, which is associated with accessory apartments. So I think, I just want to remind everybody, this culminates a lot of work over the years, and I'm very grateful to the council's support and interest in this. This particular provision is designed, follows up on the work that we did this summer. And what it does, in some technical detail, we agreed that this was going to happen, now it's happening, with respect to clarifying the math associated with bonus density. You may recall we took it out of the MPDU law, and we're moving it to the zoning rules. And this also included an effort to translate and clarify how that worked and felt and made sense. There were some mysteries involved that have been sorted out, we believe, in the new chart that's in the bill, and the math that's in the bill. And that's what is described under item number 1 here. Also, basically, what we do with this bill is we extend the bonus density opportunities for MPDUs across all zones. So now it's a broader opportunity. Wherever we can get additional density under appropriate and compatible situations, it may be permitted. That is something that we didn't have possible previously, where applicants are willing to provide more than 15% MPDUs. So that will help, we hope, with the supply. It does not apply in Bethesda. We left that alone. It has its own unique provisions. And I'll point out, it also, in their cases where height could be increased under these rules, which is, of course, the usual neighborhood concern, compatibility will also always play part of the evaluation process for any applicant or any project. So that is my general summary in a nutshell, and I will turn to Mr. Zients or anyone at the table to take the council through this. I want to thank everybody for their work on this. It's pretty technical, but the fundamental rules are, as I've clarified, it makes the math understandable, extends this across all zones where more than 15% MPDUs are provided. It doesn't apply in Bethesda because we treated that area differently, and we had quite a debate about how that worked and felt in committee. And under all circumstances, where there are neighborhood concerns, a compatibility evaluation is always relevant and always will be applied. So with that, is that a fair statement, Mr. Zients?
It is a fair statement. It does affect the Bethesda overlay zone under special circumstances, and I'll get into that in a second.
So with that,
Please get into that.
All right. Well, let's start slow.
We'll get into everything, yeah.
The first thing is you need to do something, because what you did in the bill on MPDUs was to take out a chart on what alleged to be bonus density. Of course, it's not a good thing to do zoning in bills, so you do all of the provisions for bonus density are moved here. So you need to do something. Now, what the committee decided to do was number one, apply a density bonus to all zones. As the code was written, it was not, you did not get density bonuses in the lower density zones. Technically, you didn't get a density bonus in CR zones. What you got was a relief in the counting of FAR. A little technicality there, but but it did exist. The other thing that the CR zones had that was different is that you really didn't get any density bonus between 12.5% and 15% MPDUs. Within that, in CR zones, what you're allowed to do is not count the increment of FAR for those MPDUs against density, but really no bonus for that. Above 15%, you got to subtract all of the FAR, including the first 12.5% from FAR, so there was more of a bonus there. What this code does is make all of the equations equal. So for the first 2.5% of density bonus from 12.5 to 15, you get the same 22% that you had before in the old code. That is how the ZTA went as introduced. What the committee did was said, let's provide more density bonus above that number. So between 15% and 20% MPDUs, you can get up to a 30% density bonus. Above 20% MPDUs, you can get a 1-for-1 density bonus for everything thereafter. So that is the basic structure. It has 3 tranches, if you will. As you're providing more and more MPDUs, you're getting more bonus, but at a lesser rate of increase.
And the object in all of this is to create incentives. It's not a gift. It's a benefit that's being provided, and we want to encourage the provision of that. So that's the point of this calculation.
Right. It does allow for density bonuses even when 15% is required by law. So all density bonuses start at 12.5% and then proceed thereafter. It also, within the CR zones, allows public benefit points for all MPDUs above 12.5%. So if you have even if you're required to provide 15% MPDUs, you would get public benefit points for that first 2.5% MPDUs. There was one other routine is there was some question for whether facilities for seniors or persons with disabilities should come under this provision. The committee recommended that change be made so that they also are allowed to come under the provisions of MPDUs. The provisions for MPDUs allow for off-site MPDUs or alternative payments at the discretion, not of the developer really, but of the director of DHCA. In that regard, for off-site and alternative payments, the ZTA would also allow public benefit, would allow density for off-site and alternative payments in excess of what's required for the minimum requirement. So it would have those provisions as well. I think that sums up, to me, all of the major changes.
Well, there you have the committee recommendation.
Thank you, Chair Florine. Mr. Berliner.
So like all of my colleagues who aren't on the Fed committee, I'm trying to catch up here. Let me understand. We are giving incentives for something that we are mandating. We have mandated 15%, and under this legislation, we will also provide an incentive to do so. Have we ever done something like that before, where we have mandated something plus give an incentive for that which we have mandated? Are you aware of that, Mr. Zions, or our planners?
I mean, the only example I have in my head in 2 seconds is what you did with accessible developments. In accessible developments, you have to have bedrooms that are accessible by wheelchairs in a lot of regards that would entail either putting in an elevator or putting in mobile stairs. What you allowed, even though that's required for that zone, what you allowed was tax benefits for that as an incentive to build those houses. So even though it was required, you're giving the incentive off of some taxes. That's the only case I can think of in 2 seconds.
If I may, Lisa Schwartz, DHCA. The MPDU law originally did allow an incentive for providing the required 12.5% MPDUs, and in fact, many municipalities do that as well.
Many municipalities provide both a mandate and an incentive.
Yes.
Okay.
Well, that changed in 1989, I believe.
So we did eliminate that
Yes.
in 1989, and we eliminated because we said that this should be the minimum requirement. Is that fair observation? We felt that this is what ought to be required.
Yeah, I mean, it was a major shift, if I think it was in 96, where we provided zero benefits for providing 12.5%, and then increased incentives to provide more than that. Prior to that, you were getting benefits for getting up to 10% at the time it changed. Before it was, at some point long ago in the past, it was higher, but we required 10% and then did give a benefit for that.
So now, because of Mr. Reamer's bill and other bills, we are requiring 15% in a lot of our county.
In some places, yes.
Yes, so everybody who actually satisfies that requirement now will be getting incentive package that, again, remind me of all the incentives that they will get as a function of going above 12.5%
Well,
as required.
Again, for 15%, you would get the density bonus of 22%. For that first 12.5%, you were allowed to use that for public benefit points.
Okay, and transportation impact taxes, are they affected at all?
Now, I don't pretend to be the expert. I think they're exempt from, at 25%. At 25%, the entire project is exempt.
From
I think,
what?
From
impact tax, from
all
everything?
impact taxes. But I think below that, the MPDs themselves are
That's correct,
exempt.
yeah. And affordable units.
I'm sorry, say that again.
The MPDUs themselves are exempt from impact taxes.
Got it. There's an unlimited bonus density, is that correct?
It is unlimited. That is, in all respects before, there was a maximum density bonus you can get. And now, to me, the math is very esoteric. By the time you get to a project where somebody just wants to do 100% MPDUs. So how does this work? You would get above 20% MPDUs, you would get a 1-for-1 bonus for all the MPDUs you provide, right? If within that market rate allowance for density bonus, I provided more MPDUs, there's really in an unlimited density bonus here if you drive this circular math down. Now that would only happen where you had some project that was really philanthropically based, who really only wanted to provide MPDUs. It would be an extremely rare occurrence, but the the math would be unlimited, so far as I can figure.
Are you aware of any other jurisdiction that has an unlimited bonus density cap?
No, we did put, included in your packet was a review of other jurisdictions, and they had density limits.
And this is applying it also to residential neighborhoods?
Where bonuses did not apply before were in the small lot, single-family zones. Typically, R60, R90 are the real ones there. What was allowed if you provided MPDUs was a change in dwelling unit type. So you could, where you could not do townhouses before, you could do townhouses if you did MPDUs. That was a great advantage to the developer to physically fit this stuff in. Because unlike going higher, which you can do, it's hard to accommodate that ground area for housing. So this would allow in those single-family zones the same density bonus that existed in all other zones.
And what is the expectation of what could happen again, help me, in residential communities?
Well, number one, there is not a lot of large developments in these residential communities.
And most residential communities are not looking for a lot of
Well,
large development.
They're built,
Right.
you know, so you might get a couple of units here or there, but where you do get them, I would expect there would be greater pressure on some of the environmental regulations, which are just guidelines in planning board parlance to allow more density in those areas. I think that's a potential, or in alternative, the potential is to have unrealized expectations by the developer who thinks he can get bonus density and then finds he can't fit them in because of stormwater, because of forest conservation, or some other reason. But it would, in theory, put a lot of pressure there. In practice, there are very limited places where there's vacant land to put in anything that would use bonus density.
You know, I defer to my colleagues. I'm just trying to catch up here. There's a lot of hair on this dog, if you will.
That is true. Your comments were good questions. There are natural constraints to how much development can fit on a site. And so sometimes the conversation about the maximum density is overly hypothetical because, A, the economics of a project don't support providing an ever greater and greater share of the units to, nonprofit generating housing. And then secondly, the providing density is not the same thing as providing land. You haven't given them any more land to develop on. They only got what they have. So they can only fit so much given all the setbacks and the requirements.
There's also an acreage requirement, isn't there? Is it 3 or 5 acres in order to do an MPDU project?
No, I don't, there's not a minimum acreage, but there's a minimum size. I think right now, 20 units or more is where it's required. So that's really the provision. So if you have a single family area, that's a lot more acreage than it is in a higher density area. What the committee did not do is change the dwelling unit types allowed in these zones. So they didn't say now in a single family zone you can do garden apartments, and that would really allow that density to be realized. They left it at townhouses, which is what the code is today. That's what you could do today. That has been the enormous incentives to sometimes voluntarily do MPDUs, because that way you can switch dwelling unit type.
So garden apartments are not allowed in the residential zones?
Are not allowed in the large lot, single family zone.
Pam, you looked like you had wanted to share something?
Good morning. There is, in our residential zones, it just depends on, I'm looking at the draft legislation here. We do have, what we have were usable area, sort of minimums for the site. I think that's what some of the council members were getting at. And I don't see in the draft legislation that that's being removed. We don't refer to your density on usable area, but we're still saying that to have an MPDU optional method development and say R200 or the R90, you still have a minimum usable area. In R90, it's 5 acres. So I think that's what Councilmember Flynn was getting at. You know, you have to find a site that's that size to even request this optional method of development, and then to see whether you can fit the additional density on that site. And again, like everyone's been talking about, you're still going to be held to those same building structure types that you can get today. A single-family detached house, a duplex, or a townhouse. There's no multifamily that's allowed in those zones, so you can't take advantage of additional height to produce more and more of these units in our single-family neighborhoods.
Probably something we should look at. Okay. Continuing here. Ms. Navarro.
Thank you. So I understand the general principle of course, trying to incentivize in order for us to be able to get as much affordable housing units as possible. I am wondering if you could please clarify, how does this fit with the general notion that we don't want concentration of affordable housing in certain geographic areas of the county? I mean, when I heard the introduction that Bethesda was, for example, treated differently, and I know this council has been very focused on, you know, how do we ensure that we don't have concentration, given the history, given the fact that we are still struggling with certain areas of the county that don't have the amenities or the infrastructure, et cetera, and that has other policy goal implications. So how does this fit with that general policy goal that we have been?
I mean, the real avoidance of concentration is the basic economics of what it takes to
Correct.
subsidize these units. So that it is fairly rare that we've gotten these 25% privately provided MPDU projects. You have the people at the table who could tell you the numbers on that. But it was a struggle in North Bethesda to start to get people up to 15% MPDUs. And that required, at least in North Bethesda, it was master plan guidance as opposed to law. Now, under the bill you just passed, it'll be a matter of law in that area. But 15% is a struggle for most of these people. One of the things that we did not have the opportunity to do, and what hasn't been done in any jurisdiction that a fine summer intern could find, was a real economic study on what does it take to support a unit. The last good economic study was in California in 1980, and it was at 1-to-1 units. But it is unrealistic to expect that you will get high concentrations, except on a very, very unusual developer.
But conversely, if there are areas of the county where land is less expensive, and you may have more land available, then you could presumably see a lot more interest in building, you know, residential, and be able to then take advantage of certain, you know, incentives, et cetera, to even provide more, which would inevitably then lead to concentration of more affordable housing units in particular areas of the county, which is not inherently a bad thing, except that, again, we have failed to then look at the flip side of that, right, which has to do with, again, the amenities, et cetera, and retail not wanting to come to certain areas of the county because of the demographics, you know, and the market share not. So I'm just putting that out there because as we look at this more from a general macro level, this does have certain impact at the end of the day, right? So,
I
so we
agree.
got to balance that.
And one of the things that was asked along the way is, what is the optimal kind of distribution that we want. What is our goal? What are we trying to achieve? What do we want to achieve most at all times? And of course, the answer is, coming back, is as much affordable housing as we can get.
Definitely.
Not to say that the optimal community is 15% or 20.
Right.
So we didn't come up to a number on that. The committee recommends just trying as much incentive as they can think.
No, and I appreciate the work of the committee, and I do support it. Again, I'm just cautioning everybody that there are certain implications, which means that we then have to also address things like, how do we approach economic development in some of these areas of the county without looking at it as, oh, it's community development. No, it's economic development, which means that the county may have to incentivize that a little bit more, right? So I don't look at these policy decisions in isolation. I'm also looking at how do we then play an active role in bringing the type of amenities, the type of infrastructure, et cetera, so that we don't have what we have created in the past, areas of the county where we see, crime rate being higher and schools having more issues and, a lot of disparities, et cetera. I do not want to exacerbate that, which again, that means that we have to be mindful of how do we actively address those other issues. So I just wanted to put that out there as an important policy question, because as policymakers, again, we got to look at the totality of our charge, not just something, in a very narrow lens. So I just wanted to kind of put that out there to my colleagues moving forward, that, we're going to have to change the way we address some of these other policy decisions. Thank you.
Let me just interject as we move on. Remember, we're talking about moderately priced dwelling units. These are targeted at people making, 60% of AMI, which is about $60,000 a year. So we're not talking about people at the poverty range. We're talking about our teachers, our employees.
Absolutely, but unfortunately.
I just.
Yeah. No, I understand that.
Folks who are watching.
Totally, I understand that, but I got to tell you, in the Lay Hill area where you have homes that sell for $600,000, the response to me trying to bring a grocery store to a particular shopping center was that the market didn't support bringing another, sort of Giant or Safeway type. So I caution that, and I totally understand what the income here is, but we do suffer from that kind of what I consider to be retail redlining in certain areas of the county. And so if we want to promote and expand our tax base, we got to be very mindful of what this means. So it's just, something to think about as we are, again, promoting economic development in certain areas of the county.
You've raised some important issues, and I just wanted to go back because I think it may not be clear to anyone following along the conversation that there is an incentive structure in Bethesda. It's just a little different than the incentive structure that is outside of Bethesda, and the reason for that is a set of complicated negotiations and policies we established through the Bethesda overlay zone, but the same schedule of bonus density for MPDUs provided, or a similar schedule. Jeff, explain the schedule at 17.5%.
All right. Yeah, in all other areas, you have 3 tranches of benefit points between 12.5 and 15 and 20, and 20 and up. The Bethesda overlay zone has, as proposed, a different provision that only allows you to get a density bonus at all if you're at 17.5%, which is 2.5% above the minimum required there. So there we do have that.
So there's a little bit of a gap between 15 and 17 and a half, but at 17 and a half, the bonus density
Once you get
begins.
17 and a half as an incentive to get you that little bit of bump above.
And we do have 2 projects in the pipeline at this point in Bethesda providing 25% MPDUs, which is substantial. They're not the only locations in the county that are proposing that, but that is substantial. So we're seeing a lot of affordable coming online potentially in Bethesda.
Right. Certainly that the incentive to get to 25% is considerable with being relieved of impact taxes. So there was that push to do that. The impact tax provision also applies to Bethesda, but for the lower amounts of MPDUs, unlike other places in the CR zone, you get less density under this in the Bethesda overlay than you would in those other zones.
So, and I concur with Council Vice President Navarro's comments entirely. Just want to observe that the situation in Bethesda retains incentive structure. It's a little different. And we did just pass legislation requiring 15% as the new base MPDU for expensive parts of the county, in general, or places that are more affluent. So we're it's an ongoing challenge to grapple with those issues, no question. Mr. Elrich.
So I think the ZTA is a mixed bag. I share some of Nancy's concerns about how this is going to play out in which parts of the county. Given the housing types that are largely being built in Bethesda and what this could well incentivize in other parts of the county, I don't see the east-west divide getting better. I see the east-west divide getting worse. That's a problem. What is the incentive if you're doing 25% in Bethesda?
If you're doing 25% in Bethesda, number one, of course, you get the no impact taxes. Number two, you would get a 1-to-1 density bonus for all of the MPDUs that you're providing.
How does that compare to a 22% density bonus?
Tell me how many. You have to go with a real example with a real number.
100 units.
Look, again, you're not getting that extra push of 22% bonus for just a 2.5% increase over density. You're not getting that. What you're getting is just 1-for-1 on what you're doing with MPDU floor area. So
I thought you said at 15% you get a 22% bonus.
that is in all other zones but Bethesda.
Okay.
In Bethesda, you only start to get a density bonus when you're at 17.5%.
And points, is it 30 points you get if you get to 15%?
In all other zones, if you get to 15%, you get points.
Yeah.
Public benefit points.
Right.
I don't know that equation in my head. I don't know if planning board can help me.
It says 12 points for every 1% of MPDUs greater than 12.5%. So 2.5% MPDUs, which gets you to 15, gets you 30 bonus points.
Sounds right.
And to compare, this is Lisa Gavoni for the record, in Bethesda you get 15 points for every 1% over 15%. So it's a slightly changed equation in Bethesda.
Any economic analysis on what you needed actually to produce additional housing?
No.
I didn't think so. So this is just a wish list granted to some people. How much money can you shovel toward them with no economic analysis of what it would take to actually produce additional housing? It's an interesting way of going about this. I guess I wish we weren't trying to jam this bill in the way this has been done. There was a reason why there was a law against passing ZTAs beyond a certain date. That law should have been set earlier. People haven't had a lot of time to think about this. I think the implications of this are pretty serious. I think just generally giving up all of your school impact taxes on the 75% in a project that's 25% MPDUs, that's a lot of money.
Well, that's
walk
the
away
existing
from.
law. That's not this.
But it's not everywhere, is it?
Yeah,
It's
that is every.
Or is just Bethesda?
No, and that's a different law that you passed, the last time was in February. You changed that law a little bit to affect things approved before a certain date.
So how many amenity points would a project like that get? At 22%, at 25%?
At 25%, you're, help me, planning board.
At 20% affordable housing, you have to do no other category of public benefit points.
So if you're in any
That is
community where
That already
people-
exists, that is existing.
So in any community, if you were expecting things to come along with development that would make the community more livable or workable, at some point you don't get them from these projects.
It is existing, but I also think it's important that a lot of projects do go over their scheduled public benefit points, that even though they do 20%, and they don't have to do other categories, they routinely come in with other amenities that they would like in their
I
site.
regret the fact that we didn't revisit the public benefit points, which I thought this council was going to get an opportunity to revisit, because you still have in your public benefit points lots of cheap ways to get points. Your public benefits points are not equal in value across the board, so you can do cheap stuff instead of more desirable stuff.
But
And
if
we
I-
never addressed that.
If I may, in this regard, MPDUs are not a cheap benefit. They really are very impactful on financial statements. But the provision that says no other public benefit points are needed was something that's in the current code as an existing incentive to do MPDUs where they are most expensive.
But how did they play out in between where you were exempted from and where you start? I mean, this seems to be changing the way the points are given out. You're giving points between 12 and 12 and a half and
That's-
15, to Roger's point,
That's
for things that
correct.
we require.
That is correct. But that would occur not only in Bethesda, it would occur in North Bethesda, and I have to be better at the geography of where the 15% applies, but it would apply in all of those high-cost areas.
And I don't want to interrupt, but I just would add that we do have a BLT requirement as well in our CR zones, and we do give you public benefit points for providing the required number of BLTs. So it's not unprecedented.
Yeah, we require BLTs we require you to purchase BLTs, and we give you public benefit points for that. That is true.
So I guess, I kind of agree with the comment that in the existing R60 zones, this probably isn't much of an issue in built-out areas. I'm concerned in the unbuilt-out areas. The unbuilt-out areas aren't on the west side of the county largely. We've already been told that most of our single-family lot land is gone. The planning board has made that point over and over again, that we've greatly diminished the amount of land left to build single-family homes. But where it seems to lie is probably more on the east side of the county than on the west side of the county. That also means you're going to be concentrating people in places with no transit if it winds up on the east side of the county.
It would still be subject to the APFO when they came through subdivision.
But that wasn't, my point is that, for a long time, we talked about the link between housing costs and transportation costs, and that putting people where they were distanced for transit compounded the affordability issues for people. And it seems like the most likely recipients of some of this are going to be on the east side of the county, not on the west side of the county, pretty removed. If you get beyond Glenmont, no? That's not true, Hans?
Well, if I may, I think you're speculating that in the future, development will happen substantially on the east side of the county rather than anywhere else.
I'm just saying where the single-family lots are left, not where zoning for multifamily
I'm just
is
not
left.
sure that that's accurate. I can think of a number of
As a
single-family lot communities in Gaithersburg and in Bethesda, Germantown,
I know
Clarksburg.
there are communities, I'm saying where land is left vacant, unless you're thinking about going in and redeveloping existing neighborhoods, I assume this is going to play out mostly on vacant lots, or 5-acre parcels, I guess, if you have to assemble that much. I wish there was an economic analysis. Is there any points for providing housing to the area where we seem to utterly lack housing, which is the people with 30% of AMI? How's that going to work? Is there any incentive for that in here?
No, it just addresses MPDUs.
Did I read the housing study you all did wrong, that the greatest need in this county was for folks at 30% of AMI because they were deficit about 22,000 units? Is that the correct conclusion?
That is correct, but I do believe it's important to note that this is the moderately priced dwelling unit program, and it's 100% a developer subsidy. And we did talk about ways that we could perhaps meet that, but we always came back to the economics did not work for projects below around 60% AMI, but we did look at it.
Did you think about giving an increased density for units below 60%? I mean, you're building in a category that, according to your own study, said there were 22,000 more units priced in the MPDU range than there were people with incomes in the MPDU range. And we know what that means is the people who can't find housing, since I don't have 22,000 homeless families in the 30% of range of AMI, they're living in this more expensive housing. I don't understand, well, I'll just say that in terms of the greatest need in the county, this bill doesn't address it. Clarence, you seem anxious.
I would
to
say,
something.
Clarence Snuggs, Housing and Community Affairs. I'd say that, as Lisa alluded to, this is one tool in the toolbox. It's not intended to be the tool in the toolbox. It's been a workhorse for us for moderate income individuals and families for over 40 years. We've evolved it to try to address some of the changes in need as well as what's going on in the marketplace. And so the changes that are here, I think, will allow us to be able to create additional opportunity. I think it's going to help us with issues of fair housing and creating opportunities in places where we're not doing as much of that now. I want to affirmatively further fair housing, continue to do that in Montgomery County. I think that we use other tools to try to get at lower incomes. That's typically not done unless we have tax credits or we put in deep subsidies to get down to that level. We're talking about a shared lift here at 60 to 70% of AMI that helps us with the costs of offsetting the cost, whether it's rental or home ownership. And I think at the other levels, and we talked about flexibility to go into a deal to try to create more variety within a project, and that's one of the things that we would use, our financial resources in the project, negotiating with the developer to create opportunities at a variety of levels and also looking at different sizes. But again, MPDU is moderate price units. I mean, that's what it's here for. We can find ways of providing additional subsidy to cut down, to get into the 50 and 30 to create those opportunities in other areas and other places where we have projects that more specifically address lower income. We're going to need some help with that, some big help, and that usually comes in the form of either tax credits or bonds or other federal funding that allows us to be able to get to that level because the incomes are just not there to support the rents or to support the sale price. So this is not intended to solve the full array, it never was, intended to solve the full array of housing needs. But I think within it, there is an opportunity with some creativity and some flexibility and leveraging to create some additional opportunities at different income levels. But we have other tools that we're using to try to also get at the point that you're making without creating that concentration of poverty. I think the solution that we're looking for is diversity of income in the projects. And that means diversity on the west side and diversity on the east side, because we do need amenities and quality of life that goes with affordable housing in order to make strong communities. And I consider an apartment complex or a condo a community. So we do need that in both places, and we need to put our resources in places that allow us to be able to create that diversity of income, whether it's on the west side, east side, north, or south, it doesn't matter, but we need that.
On the additional points you grant for every 1% of 2 bedrooms not already required, and then it says additional 5 points granted for every 1% of 3-bedroom MPDUs. I thought the current law said that you have to have the same mix in your, well, you have no less than the same mix in your MPDUs as you have in your regular units. Is that true?
Yeah, I believe you have to match the dwelling unit characteristics of the market rate housing, so.
So should C be amended to have the same language as B does on page circle 22?
Well, I mean, the only thing we do is the only change in public benefit points in this zoning text amendment is to say that which is required, that the MPDUs above 12.5% are exempt from the prohibition of not giving, for prohibition of giving points for things that are required by law. I mean, that is the only change to public benefit points that as the committee recommended.
Well, what I'm reading, it says an additional 2 points granted for every 1% of 2-bedroom units
Right.
not otherwise required, and an additional 5% granted for every 1% of 3-bedroom MPDUs. I'm just saying shouldn't have the word not otherwise required added to it. Because if it's required, the language should be identical. The 5% should be for going above what's required. Or was that not the committee's intent?
Well, I would suspect the committee's intent would be to delete the words not otherwise required, if anything. That they would grant the points if you provided that, but I don't want to speak for the committee.
But you had to provide it. I mean, there was a requirement for 2 bedrooms and 3.
Look, you have to provide in
Right.
some areas 15%, yet you're getting public benefit points for that to begin with. To some extent, you are giving public benefit points for those things required by law. This says that if you're required by the mix of the market rate housing, you are required to have these bedrooms. You have to go further than that in order to get points. But you know, the real bulk of points is for the increase in number of MPDUs themselves, not for the.
I feel like you're missing my question. I understand the points are there for hitting 15. And if you hit 15, you still have to match the percentages. You were still required to hit the match of percentages, right?
Of bedroom type.
Right.
Yeah.
And then for two bedrooms, it says you get extra points for providing what's not required. For 3 bedrooms, you get 5 points, but it doesn't say for providing what's not required. And I'm wondering why we're not applying the same language there. It still means, I mean, if there are no 3 bedrooms, it doesn't require you to provide a 3-bedroom. And if you provided a 3-bedroom, you get you'd get 5 points, I guess, if it was under 100 units for 1 3-bedroom. I don't understand why it's not linked.
This is Stephanie Killian with the HCA. I'm not sure what the committee's intent was, but I can say that the provision to provide 3-bedroom MPDUs and above is new. That was passed with the recent bill. Before that, the requirement was just to match 1 and 2 bedrooms. So the requirement to provide 3-bedroom above
I thought we matched
MPDUs
what
as
the
a
mix-
requirement is a new requirement.
I was told we matched what the mix was in the building.
Previously, it was a requirement to match up to 2 bedrooms. Now, the bill that passed recently requires a match along all bedroom sizes, which would include 3 bedrooms.
Okay.
All right, looking forward to taking up a really simple issue like small cell towers later today, you know? All right. Should be much. We deal with complicated stuff. Mr. Rice.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. President. And let me just say that we oftentimes get stuck in the weeds on these kinds of things. And, you know, if we're really looking at, and I want to go back to the Council Vice President, because what she said at the end basically sums up exactly where we are. Look, we're trying to do more to incentivize MPDUs in our county, and we know that they're only going to be in certain areas where we have lower density now, and so we understand that that's a challenge, but we also want to incentivize, if there is going to be in some of these higher density areas, that we have to incentivize them to build it there. But we know that the pressure is still going to go towards the lower density areas that are not just east versus west, but we also have the North County folks. Up county, hello, we've got lots of land there, more land than anywhere else. I know a lot of it's protected in our agricultural reserve, but I mean in the Clarksburg area, we still have land that's proposed that's out there for single family as well as mixed use, a whole bunch of things. So I don't want people to forget that as well. And we've got a lot of density in the Germantown area, but we continue to develop there too. And we have the same sorts of challenges that Council Vice President is talking about, to where we have a large amount of affordable housing in Germantown. Just last night at a business economic development meeting, I had a woman come up to me, and it was actually two different women. One, Councilmember Navarro from your district, who lives in the Lay Hill area, so it was interesting to me. It was talking about the Aldi and talking about all the things that she's seen that have been challenges, and appreciated your great work, so I pass that on to you. But it certainly is one in which these are the things that our constituents are saying. So they're seeing it too, and they're getting more savvy and understanding. This isn't a person who normally goes to this stuff. This is the first government meeting that she attended, was that forum last night, and wanted to talk about what the impacts of housing were and how it ties to economic development. So I couldn't agree more with what Council Vice President Navarro is talking about, and Mr. Snuggs, what you said. This is one thing in the toolbox, but we're going to have to be very vigilant about making sure that we're creating other incentives to make sure that those other pieces aren't left behind. What I think the mistake that we made in the past has been, is we move these programs, because we know they're good programs on their own right, but then don't add in the other tie-ins that are going to help to support what we know is still going to be missing as a result. And so I think that, I look forward to after November 7th or November 6th, but after that, working with the folks here to continue to really push those kinds of mindsets in terms of thinking. And I think that as we talked about this equity lens, Council Vice President, it's going to be important for us to actually start marrying some of these bills together. So when we have something that's there, let's have something that also is an accompaniment that addresses some of these things, so that folks can see that not only are we looking at this piece, but we're also looking at the other parts of it as well, so people feel more comfort. Because all it is it's angst around a situation that we all acknowledge is certainly happening, and we can do something about. And I don't think that we're not committed to it, but it would be good for folks to see that we're actually addressing them at the same time, so it doesn't appear as though we're continuing to support the inequity. So I hope that, again, this is more for people that are watching at home, who get lost in terms of the debates about percentages and benefit points and don't really get it. So for the woman who came to the meeting last night from Council Vice President Navarro's district, and the woman who came from Germantown, hopefully they get a little bit of a better understanding of what it is that we're trying to do here, which is to increase a program that already exists, that's been in existence for a long time, and just make it work a little bit better and give more opportunities for us through the county. But we're also saying here on the dais, we're committed to making sure that the other pieces of it are going to be addressed as well. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. Rice. All right, just a time check here. We are not very far through our agenda for this morning, and I think at some point now we need to either talk about amendments or move this to a vote. We have a committee, we have a lot of issues, we have committee recommendation, we have a lot of issues. I haven't heard yet any motions or proposals that would need additional parliamentary proceeding, so let's continue here. Ms. Florine?
Thanks. I just wanted to allude to a couple points. One, remember, as I said at the get-go, this is a follow-up. And it might have been better if we could do this earlier this year. We were precluded by the budgetary process from finishing the MPDU work we did in July. And this is the follow-on we have to do, as Mr. Zion said. And this encapsulates a lot of what we already decided, but in a different format. There are some changes in this, but this encapsulates it. So this is no rush to judgment. And I just wanted to respond to the comment that this is some kind of gift to somebody. These are expensive. The burdens that we place on making homes available are significant. And the whole point of this is to try to get some more units that our residents can call home. That's all it is. And the more we can get, the more we serve. Again, the moderate, folks of moderate means, this is not a source of housing for the folks at the farthest end of the spectrum. As Mr. Snuggs has said, that requires a lot more investment and public subsidy to make that happen, which we're doing on other fronts. But I just want to respond to those couple points as we move forward. Thanks.
Thank you. Mr. Leventhal.
MPDUs can be a source of housing for people at the very bottom of the income scale, but it requires either federal vouchers or county subsidies. And that's always been true. That's not new. We are not asking developers themselves to underwrite housing costs. We are requiring developers to set aside a portion, and then above that portion, we're providing an additional density incentive. What this legislation does is it provides a uniform schedule of benefits across the county so that those developers who want to create a package that will enable them to provide more than the mandate understand what they get if they do that. It's an effort to provide simplicity and clarity. It's not the be-all, end-all of every problem we'll ever have in affordable housing in Montgomery County. As long as Montgomery County remains a highly desirable place to live, housing here will be expensive. Housing will always, always follow the market. The way that we assist folks who are experiencing homelessness is through federal vouchers like the Housing Choice Voucher Program, the Veterans Assisted Supportive Housing Program, and the county provides deep rental subsidies through the Rental Assistance Program and the Housing Initiative Program. So those who are fortunate enough, and there's never enough to go around, those who are fortunate enough to receive those subsidies may very well move into these MPDU units. But we're not asking the developers to create an income structure that allows very, very, very low-income residents to move into those apartments. That's done through other means. This legislation doesn't speak to that. What it does do is provide, we hope, a greater yield of units that are price controlled below market. And then once those units exist, you can create other structures that assist very, very low-income people to move in. The reason Bethesda was excluded is that we had this lengthy discussion about using density in that part of the county where it is the most valuable for a multiplicity of purposes, including affordable housing, but the whole Bethesda overlay zone would have unraveled if you replaced it with the schedule that only provided bonus density for affordable housing. But in the western part of Montgomery County, there is lots of other multifamily housing going up. Certainly in White Flint, we've adopted proposals to put more multifamily housing in Randolph Hills. We're looking at Rock Spring. We're looking, and then as the council president said, in the areas that are not built out in Germantown and Up County, Clarksburg. So there is housing construction going on. The single-family discussion, I don't understand what that was about. We don't talk about bonus density for single-family housing. So I think well, for a single home, this is not applicable. I mean, we're not talking about single-family homes here. We're talking about multifamily housing. The multifamily buildings are going to be the buildings that, for the most part, the chair can correct me if you want to, if I'm misspeaking, but go ahead.
Well, you can let Mr. Zients clarify.
It applies to single-family zones where you have a development that certainly doesn't apply to the one infill house.
Oh, a big subdivision of single-family homes.
Big subdivision, right.
But that's unlikely. I mean, that's not where the housing is being developed now in Montgomery County.
WMAL would be an example.
Well, then this would provide more incentives to provide more affordable housing in that area that needs it on the western side of the county.
Right, so it applies in single-family areas.
Okay, WMAL is a good example. Okay.
All right, we would really like to move this forward here. Mr. Berliner?
Thank you. With respect to single-family homes, I'm looking at page 5 of the packet for single-family residential zones. It says the height limit of the applicable zone and master plan does not apply to the extent required to provide the MPDUs. So we spent a lot of time on height limits in residential neighborhoods. So tell me the implications here.
Again,
If I wanted a townhouse development that is 5 stories tall,
these MPDUs require a footprint in single-family zones. They have to touch the ground. Otherwise, they're multifamily. So the height would never really be increased for the single-family areas. Where the height issue comes into being is for multifamily areas, where you might get bumped up against a height limit, in which case, for each floor of MPDUs, you can go up 12 feet. Now, even with that provision, you still have the protections for an abutting property based on how close you can get that height to an abutting property. In addition to that, it would require site plan and a finding of compatibility by the planning board. But in single-family zones, this really does, the height increases really would not apply.
is there any reason why we shouldn't make that explicit?
It's always hard to put the negative into a code. I need a minute to think about it.
If you would. So part of what I'm struggling with, again, is why we would make what I perceive to be a rather significant shift in our public policy as it relates to minimums. So Mr. Leventhal had spoken about how we are providing density going above what we have required. We are now changing that, and we are saying that in those areas of our county where we have required 15%, and we made that based on our judgment that these are areas of our county that actually can afford to provide 15% affordable housing. We're now saying we are going to give incentives for that. I need to understand why that is appropriate public policy, because it doesn't strike me as being appropriate public policy. I understand full well that it's expensive to provide these. And yet we have said in our county, this is the minimum that we should expect of developers in our county, in these parts of the county where we have said 15% is it. And we haven't said that everywhere. We haven't said that in parts of the county that are less expensive. But we have said it in parts of the county where it is more expensive, where we feel like the developers can indeed afford to provide this. Why would we be making this kind of shift? Who cares to offer counsel with respect to that?
So I do want to emphasize that we recently just passed 3 master plans where we took up this issue: Grosvenor, Strathmore, White Flint 2, and Rock Spring.
I kind of remember this. I'm sort of involved in this.
Yes, and what we said in those master plans is that you do 15%, but that you get all your public benefit points, and that you get your bonus density. And so now, we're on a year later, and we felt that we're looking at these areas, and they're high-income areas. It's not that we're saying that we looked at the economics of these areas comprehensively. We're just saying that they have individuals there that have a high median income. And that's compared to Bethesda, where we looked at this area through a master plan, and we said we feel like the economics of this area can support 15% as a legal requirement. And that they're very different because we looked at Bethesda comprehensively. We're not reopening the Potomac master plan. We're not reopening all these high-income areas. We're simply saying that the individuals, the homeowners there, have a median income that's 150% of the income for the county.
I think what I would add to that is, I think there's a leap between saying that we think these areas of higher median income where they would benefit from more mix of income families equates to the fact that the developers can afford to do it there. I don't think that statement was made when the bill was passed to include areas of the county with higher incomes to now a 15% requirement. I don't think we said that that also meant that the developers then can afford, because they can afford it. It was really about equity and trying to disperse the types of housing and income diversity that we wanted in the county. These units are still expensive, and the fact that we can recognize that a BLT is extremely expensive and we give points for that is not that different than saying, well, we're requiring 15% in areas of the county to better mix our income diversity. Doesn't mean that it's easy for the developers to achieve that. And so by giving them an additional percent of density to do what we think is the right policy isn't necessarily a bad thing.
With respect to another issue that, again, I'm struggling with, is the fact that there's no cap. No other jurisdiction in America has an unlimited cap. Talk to me as to why there should not be a cap.
Well, when we looked at revising the bonus density system, we looked at, what is appropriate and what is there precedent for. And the current CR system basically does not have a cap. We are already we already have that system that basically if you do more than 15%, the FAR does not go to your calculation of FAR. And we felt that was important to continue what we're already doing in the zoning code.
Thank you.
All right. I wanted to just observe again or comment that as the author of the legislation requiring 15% in higher income parts of the county, it was not my belief that the requirement should be without some kind of recognition that it is more expensive. So I didn't look at it as this is the least that they could do and, we don't have to recognize the cost. I felt that providing some density for that additional MPDU above 12.5% was appropriate for recognizing the additional cost. So for me, personally, it was in there all along. Okay. We've really got to go to a vote here, folks. Mr. Leventhal. Mr. Elrich.
I didn't think you explained Roger's question. I mean, I don't understand why there's no cap, and I don't get the economics because you haven't done any economic analysis to demonstrate that given the prices of the elevator units going up in some of these places, that the profits aren't such that they can't handle 15% MPDUs as opposed to 12.5% MPDUs. It's not like they're giving them away. We're not asking for anything for free here. So I honestly don't get it.
When I was explaining the no cap, I was simply saying that currently exists in our zoning code.
It exists in the CR zones where for MPDUs above 15%, you do not count the floor area for the MPDUs against density. The effect of that is to allow you to backfill that not counted density as market rate units. So therefore, it's a bonus without a limit. It just depends upon what floor area of FAR you are providing.
Is that different than jurisdictions that allow say, for example, a one-for-one match? I mean, if you blanketly allow a one-for-one match, isn't that the same thing? And I'm not sure.
The math boggles me a little bit because if you did an all MPDU project, you have no FAR. So you could do it in an unlimited way, and I can't speak to how they count in other jurisdictions. I think they probably count it against FAR and say essentially you can do a maximum 50% MPDU project, but our provision is a little unusual.
I will say that while we have had this provision since 2014, since the zoning code rewrite, no project has ever come in and asked that's done 100% affordable and said, we want all of our FAR to not count. Usually what we see is that they put their minimum into MPDUs, and because they're tax credits, and they would have to then put the tax credits into the MPDU program with a 99-year control period, that they usually do not do this. that it's usually they only do the minimum amount of MPDUs and then tax credits the rest because they have a shorter period of control.
And can anybody explain how you reach the conclusion they can't afford to do this?
We did not say that they cannot afford to do this. We say that we have not had an example where this has happened.
I mean, on the 15% issue, do you have any evidence that they can't afford to provide 15% MPDUs?
I will say that during the Bethesda master plan, we did look at this comprehensively through the Bethesda master plan, which is usually where we look at the economics of this. And so we did not look at the other areas because we were not opening their master plan. I mean, certainly we can look at this if you would like and send you something after. But it's just, I mean, there's 6 planning areas and they're all very different. The economics of each are very different. And having a blanket policy where we said, you know, in the economics in Potomac works out, but in North Bethesda they don't, we felt that it was just easier to continue the current incentives in the zoning code, that it was simpler. Because we also have a lot of projects that are currently coming in the North Bethesda area.
I mean, we made the decision to do the 15% in the higher income areas precisely because they were higher income areas that would generate higher priced housing. I mean, the assumption that those two things actually went together.
Again, I will say that like Pam said, it was an equity issue that we felt that these areas, yes, these are where we would want our MPDUs. But we have not opened the master plan. I mean, it's a huge zoning change to, you know, do this. So I think that's, you know, we just felt that this was, you know, a simpler way to do it. It was easier, given that we're not looking at reopening all the master plans for these planning areas.
I'm not proposing reopening everything. We're talking about the places where we require 15, which is not everywhere. Have you had any projects come in any of those places that we rezoned?
Bethesda, yes, we've had several come in White Flint too, and we have some that are in
At 15% MPDs?
At 15% because it's the highest priority public benefit point. So the master plan basically said, you do 15%, we will give you your public benefit points and your density. And they would be grandfathered in until October 31st.
I think the point that Ms. Cavoni is trying to make is that there are multiple things that go into play here. So we've had master plans that have been passed where we've said this is the priority. We want to get more affordable housing. 15% is our primary public benefit point that we want to look for developers to provide to us. And so that's a dialogue that happens with the planning board, and they try to reach that. Then a bill from the council came forward that said we should look at some income diversity within the county and see where it might make sense to require a higher amount of MPDUs. Again, that bill emanated from the council, and it said, let's look at these planning areas as places that will require 15%. The impetus for that was basically income diversity. It wasn't, I believe, and I didn't sponsor the bill, so I don't know, but it wasn't, let's do this because we think it's more affordable here. It came forward because we thought that it was about diversity of income and trying to get a better mix of that across the county.
But we did that without granting, as Roger pointed out, these new benefits, right?
Yeah, I guess ultimately the question is whether you are providing an overall disincentive to doing housing in those areas, and what the ZTA and the committee wanted is to create incentives to do more MPDUs, and that includes the incentives to build housing itself. Because this would make it more economically feasible to do some. And exactly how much more economically feasible, that I don't know. But it is an incentive to do the MPDUs, even if it's required.
So I thought the zoning we provided was the incentive that makes it more worthwhile to do the extra density. It's the fact that you're creating more density there, which then gives them more profitable properties, which should allow them to do this. I mean, I thought that was the whole point of the very large zoning that we gave people. So I guess I'm not getting where you've determined there's an economic necessity to do that, and since I don't expect everything to build at once, it doesn't seem we have evidence that this is going to keep people from building the way we did it in Hans's bill.
Okay, Mr. Elrich, thorough discussion. At this moment, we really need to move to a vote. My colleague wants some information. I'm going to take the prerogative to request that information. If I understand it correctly, the planning board took a position on the bill as introduced, but I don't know, did you ever take a position on the bill as amended at
They
committee?
did,
They did, and they supported that?
yes.
Okay.
And both of those recommendations are in the packet.
Okay. So that answers that question. It's time for a vote. Ms. Lamarzi?
Mr. Elrich?
Yes.
Mr. Elrich votes yes. Mr. Hooker?
Yes.
Mr. Hooker votes yes. Mr. Rice?
Yes.
Mr. Rice votes yes. Mr. Berliner?
Yes.
Mr. Berliner votes yes. Mr. Leventhal?
Yes.
Mr. Leventhal votes yes. Ms. Florine?
Yes.
Ms. Florine votes yes. Mr. Katz?
Yes.
Mr. Katz votes yes. Ms. Navarro?
Yes.
Ms. Navarro votes yes. Mr. Reamer?
Yes, and that is unanimous. Now, we are going to make some adjustments. At 2 o'clock, we had planned today to have a review of the Climate Action Task Force's report, Climate Mobilization Work Group report. We're going to postpone that to a future council session, and we will get right into the remaining items from the legislative session, district council session, at 2 o'clock. All of those who thought the small cell discussion might have begun before lunch, it's not going to. But our cafeteria could use your business, so enjoy yourselves. So we are now going to break because we are going to, it's too late to begin a new bill. And we are going to, we're not going to break, we're going to move on to an item.
Mr. President, just to be clear, we're going to continue with the accessory apartment
In the
issue as well in
afternoon.
the afternoon.
Correct.
right?
We're going to now move to a commemoration for Hispanic Heritage Month. And we have a number of panelists who have come to join us today, and we will ask them now to come sit up in front, and I'm going to turn the, so we will just pause for a moment to allow the room to reorganize itself. Tell you what, why don't we just, we will come back at 11:15 in 10 minutes. Thanks.
That's what we're talking about. This is nice.
So we're going to now move to a discussion on important issues facing the county within the context of celebrating Hispanic Heritage Month. And as we've done in recent years, the Council Vice President, Nancy Navarro, has taken the leadership to pull together a group of leaders in the community to engage in dialogue with us. And council members will have a chance to ask questions and hear from the community, because it's our job to ensure that everyone's voice is lifted up in Montgomery County and that everyone is participating, and that the council members who spend day in and day out, working on legislative affairs and community engagement are hearing from everyone. And so today's discussion is going to help us keep in close touch with our county that is getting to be a better place to live every year. And I think what we're going to hear about from our panelists is a big part of that. So I'll now turn it to the Council Vice President, Ms. Navarro.
Thank you so much, Mr. President. And from the onset, I'm going to make some bilingual remarks. So voy a hacer unos comentarios bilingües. So for those who trace their roots to America's earliest days, to those who recently came to the United States seeking a better life and opportunities, Latinos or Hispanics have always been an integral part of our national story. National Hispanic Heritage Month is commemorated from September 15th to October 15th, and the observation actually started in 1968 as Hispanic Heritage Week under President Lyndon Johnson, and was expanded by President Ronald Reagan in 1988 to cover a 30-day period that starts in September 15th. This year's theme is Hispanics, one endless voice to enhance our traditions. I think it's important to keep in mind the context of the growth of the Latino population. In the DMV area, the Latino population since 1980 has grown by more than 800%. In Montgomery County, currently, we have about 207,526 Latinos, or 19% of our total population. Montgomery County Public Schools actually serves about 52,305 Latino students, making it 32.3% of the total school population. We all know that Latinos have enhanced and shaped our national character with centuries-old traditions that reflect the multi-ethnic and multicultural vibrancy of our country. And although the majority of the Latino population shares one common thread, which is our language, the truth is that it is a very culturally rich and diverse community. This morning, we are joined by 4 panelists to explore topics of identity, specifically focusing on the vibrant Afro-Latino community, culture, of course, music, arts, and food, which is so central to the Latino experience. Our panelists include Dr. Maria Spren Malagon, who is an author and anthropologist and also a professor in Montgomery College. Nelly Carrion, who is the director of Washington Hispanic, publishes the Washington Hispanic newspaper. Julio Huiti Guevara, who is an Afro-Latino leader and activist. And Miguel Lara, who is chef and owner of Chef Lara Spices. So we will hear from them in a little while because we're first going to watch a video. And very quickly in Spanish, I will say que este es el mes que celebramos la herencia hispana. Esto comienza el 15 de septiembre hasta el 15 de octubre. Y es una celebración que realmente pues fue establecida en 1968 por el presidente Lyndon Johnson y luego se expandió a todo un mes bajo la presidencia de Ronald Reagan en 1988. Este año el lema es Hispanos, una voz interminable que realza nuestras tradiciones. Es importante recalcar que aquí en el condado de Montgomery la población latina es de un total de 207.526 habitantes y en el sistema escolar ya tenemos 52.305 estudiantes. Sabemos que la comunidad latina ha contribuido por siglos a nuestra gran comunidad en Estados Unidos y sabemos que todo lo que tiene que ver con comida, con la música, con el arte, esto ya es parte de lo que hace y forma la personalidad de nuestro país. Y aunque tenemos el idioma español como algo en común, sabemos que esta es una comunidad muy diversa y muy rica en tradiciones. Esta mañana vamos a escuchar a la doctora María Spren Malagón, autora y profesora asociada de Antropología de Montgomery College, a Nelly Carrión, que es la directora del periódico Washington Hispanic, a Julio Guiti Guevara, que es un líder y activista afrolatino, porque vamos a también recalcar un poco nuestra comunidad afrolatina, y Miguel Lara, chef y dueño propietario de Chef Lara Spices. Pero primero vamos a ver un video que fue una producción aquí local, donde Lilian Mas, Berta Flores, Sonia Healy ha trabajado bien duro, así que por favor, now we're going to watch a video and then we'll have the panelist discussion.
Hispanics. We are more than 57 million living in the northern part of our continent. A place big enough to hold the dreams of those who dare to conquer and adapt in the land of the free. Our efforts have given us a buying power of $1.5 trillion, which represents an important force in the United States. 75% of us are American citizens, and not only that, we all represent 15% of the United States economy. Each one of us have a different story, but this nation is our common ground.
Most immigrants come here for economic opportunity. A few of them also come for refugee status to flee violence or persecution in their home countries. And some of them also come for family reunification.
In the Washington, D.C. metropolitan area, were many factors that trigger immigration. According to expert Maria Spern, the history of Latinos migrating to the region goes back to the post-World War II era.
We have institutions like the World Bank, the Inter-American Development Bank, and the universities throughout the area that brought many people from diverse places in Latin America. We also have, through time, diverse groups of people coming into the area. But the original Latino community was really brought by the embassies early on in Washington, D.C.
In addition to diplomats, were those who were brought by them to work in their households, making migration diverse in social economic levels. Currently, in the Washington metropolitan area are nearly 1.5 million Latinos, of which more than 207,000 live in Montgomery County, a place that has welcomed them for decades.
The Latin American community today continues to be very diverse and vibrant. It contributes to a more culturally rich, not only Montgomery County, but Washington, D.C. metropolitan area. Economically, immigrants are contributing an enormous amount to all levels of society, all socioeconomic levels.
Fueled by the armed conflict in Central America during the 1980s and 90s, many who fled their countries found a home in the region. Since then, the Latino population in the metropolitan area has grown by 814%, which mirrors the county's Latino population growth of 810%. Today in Montgomery County, Salvadorians are the largest group of Latinos. A part of the proud Latino heritage is our Afro-descendants, which contribute greatly to the success of the Hispanic community in America.
During the 1500s, there were an estimate of 15 million people that came to the Americas. Most of them came through the Caribbean and through different countries in Latin America. Out of these 15 million people, an estimate of 500,000 came to the United States. The rest of these 15 million people, which means an estimate of 14.5 million, went to Latin America and the Caribbean.
Many of them were brought to Brazil, Colombia, Venezuela, Central America, the Caribbean, and Mexico, among others. Their biggest battle right now is to be recognized by the Census Bureau as Afro-Latinos.
Even though we identify ourselves as Hispanic or Latinos, we are also Black. Unfortunately, the data that is being captured within many of the institutions that we have in place have not been accurately identifying this segment of the population.
In our local region, the biggest concentration of Afro-Latinos is located in Baltimore, but they also reside in Silver Spring, Gettysburg, and Rockville.
El 30 de agosto voy a celebrar y a mi Santa Rosa le voy a...
One of the biggest contributions of the Afro-Latino community to the Americas is their influence in music. In spite of the inhuman legacy of slavery, the African traditions have been kept intact and continue to be a presence in Latin America. We can experience that through food, religion, art, and music.
Les prohibían la comunicación. Estaban solos y no tenían cómo comunicarse. Entonces, la forma en que ellos encontraron para comunicarse era el sonido. Agarraban una madera del árbol y comenzaban a tocar el ritmo. El ritmo, con ese sonido, ellos hablaban y en el silencio de la noche se mandaban mensajes. Y así nace el ritmo. Bailaban a través del ritmo, o sea, no se dejaban morir.
The fusion of the rhythms with the local talent of each Latin American country have made, without a doubt, Latin music an influence worldwide.
Cuando tú escuchas una música, no importa de qué país seas, esa música, ese sonido, así no tenga palabra, te llega. La música latina es algo que traspasa las fronteras. No tiene límites. Y migra por donde quiere y nadie se da cuenta.
But music isn't the only contribution of the Latino community to this country. Its cuisine has grown in popularity and it has enhanced the culinary landscape of the American food.
Our food is delicious. We have so many unique ingredients that they're very difficult to find anywhere in the world. Our dried chiles are very special. They give flavor to food. By combining a good cooking technique and our spices, we make amazing food.
Did you know that tortillas outsell burgers and hot dog buns annually in the United States, and that salsa also beats up ketchup as the #1 condiment in this country? The popularity of Hispanic dishes has expanded beyond tacos. We now see how the culinary influence of the Central and South America has impacted food trends in this country throughout their pupusas, steaks, ceviches, empanadas, and many other Hispanic favorites.
If one day we decide to leave, I think we would take with us all our flavors and the richness of our cuisine. And this culture will miss us a lot.
Equally missed will be the contribution of Latinos in the arts.
Who we can be is complex.
and there's so much there. And I think art provides that avenue for us to see, you know, the capacity of who we can be and who we have been.
On stage, through canvas, sculptures, and every form of art, the wide range of art from technique and vibrancy is another vehicle to express expansive cultural tradition of our Latino American heritage.
A lot of artists right now, like Julio Salgado, Fabiana Rodriguez, and even locally, we're having artists who are just pushing the idea of how art can activate and engage communities in a positive way, and just provide avenues for our young people to see themselves in a different light and see the full potential of who they can be. And I think here in Montgomery County, we have that potential of creating spaces and creating avenues for our young people to really see themselves in art, but also see themselves beyond just art.
We have been part of important battles that have written the history of this nation. We have worked hard and assumed important positions that have shaped the great country we are today. We are Hispanics, and we celebrate our heritage.
That was great. Thank you. Terrific video. Now we are going to hear from our panelists. Would you like to introduce them?
Yeah, so we'll start with Dr. Maria Esprin, who can talk to us about her work in chronicling really the Latino community in the DMV area, and give it to you, 5 minutes each for conversation.
First of all, I'm honored to be here, and thank you for the kind invitation, Councilmember Nancy Navarro. And thank you to Lillian Mas, Berta Flores, and Jose Martin Ruiz for the video and for the coordination. You did a wonderful job. Like so many other people in the county, my family is here because we were refugees of a civil war. And also, like so many people in the county, I have ties to various homelands. My homelands include Spain, Mexico, and Montgomery County. I'll start off with some background about Hispanics in the county and a little story. So in 1960, the U.S. Census recorded that in Montgomery County, 948 people spoke Spanish as their first language. About half of them were from Mexico. By 1970, some of these families were living in Montgomery Village. Teresa Wright, a longtime leader in the community, and her family were among them. When Teresa, originally from Mexico, arrived to Montgomery Village, she enlisted the help of a real estate agent to search out the other Spanish-speaking families. And if you know Teresa, you know how she would have done this. There were 5 other Spanish-speaking families, including mine, and each from a different country: Colombia, Cuba, Nicaragua, Peru, and Spain. Today, Hispanic families in the village number in the thousands. And in fact, more than 1/3 of the residents in Montgomery Village are Hispanic. I think that this story demonstrates how the history of the Hispanic community in Montgomery County and in the Washington, D.C. metropolitan area is deeper and more diverse than most people recognize. This diversity makes Montgomery County unique among our nation's 3,000 counties. The history of the county's Hispanic roots began long ago and are inextricably linked to Washington, D.C., an international city. Over time, D.C. and the county have jointly welcomed people from the Hispanic world. And I'll briefly summarize some of the migration history. And as mentioned in the video, in the 1800s, as Latin American countries were gaining independence, they formed what were called legations or embassies here. Diplomats came and they brought their staff as well. And some people ended up staying. In the 1930s and 1940s, Puerto Rican and Mexican American families came to the DC for jobs related to the New Deal and World War II. The 1950s and 1960s saw many Cubans and Dominicans coming to the area, escaping revolutions and political upheaval in their countries. In the 1960s and 70s, many people from South American countries came, escaping conflicts, and also economic crises. Then, of course, in the 1980s, many Central Americans came escaping the brutal civil wars and conflict and the aftermaths. In Central America, the impacts of war and conflict continue. Criminal organizations and state violence leave individuals and families with little to no other option but to flee. Today in Montgomery County, more than 19% of our residents are Hispanic. If we look at nationality of origin, El Salvador is the most represented, but there are folks from more than 30 different Hispanic countries living here in our county. So today's event is about the Hispanic community and celebrating its rich and diverse heritage. But I want to emphasize that those of us who live in Montgomery County have more in common with one another than we have differences. We should not be thinking about us and them. The contributions of the Latino community are woven into the fabric of history and contemporary life of our unique and welcoming county, and they benefit all residents. There is no clear dividing line between non-Hispanic and Hispanic, or Latino, Latinx, or Latinx. And as we are all capable of doing, many of us navigate multiple worlds, including the Hispanic one being celebrated today. Our county's residents have deep ties to Hispanic culture through ancestry, history, marriage, adoption. We have ties because we are neighbors, teachers, students, artists, patrons, business owners, political leaders, advocates, doctors, patients, nannies, students, landscapers, scientists, chefs, police officers, friends, and much more. While some of us speak mostly Spanish and others mostly English, many of us speak both, and some even speak indigenous languages like Maya or Quechua. It is this diversity that makes an enormous contribution to our county. As a community, we are multicultural, and this is a positive thing to be celebrated. Multiculturalism enriches the lives of all residents by giving us multiple perspectives and allowing us to be better problem solvers and more creative in our globalized world. Ultimately, this diversity contributes to making our county a welcoming place for all. And so our county has come a long way since 1967, when there were only 246 ESOL students, and practically no one in the county knew what a pupusa was. Or is, sorry. It was around that time when Teresa Wright and my mother, Maria Elena Malagon, who eventually became the director of the school's system's ESOL bilingual program, began their involvement with the school system by volunteering to help with the other Hispanic family at Watkins Mill Elementary School in Montgomery Village. Today, there are over 28,000 ESOL students and a web page with 7 languages. So it's translated into 7 languages. And that's not a Google translation, that's an actual translation. So the tremendous effort and dedication that has peacefully ushered in the changes highlighted by these numbers can, in large part, be attributed to the Latino leaders, volunteers, mothers, fathers, grandparents, and first, second, and third generation migrants who never lost sight of the importance of education, family, social stability, and cultural acceptance and appreciation. Diversity in the Latino community and the diversity contributed by the community is a strength that supports prosperity and peace. It should be recognized and appreciated this month and throughout the year. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So before we move on to our next distinguished panelist, I just wanted to acknowledge that we do have quite a number of extraordinary guests here with us in the room. Too many to mention, but I do want to highlight that we have Delegate Ana Sol Gutierrez here with us this morning. We have Planning Board member Natalie Fanny Gonzalez with us as well. And of course, a wide variety of activists and extraordinary members of our community, from the business community, from community activism, volunteers, residents. We have seniors. So this is a really nice cross-section of our community, and I thank you so much for being here. We will now hear from Julio Guiti Guevara, and he made an important point in the video that I remember watching this documentary called Black in Latin America that was made by Henry Louis Gates Jr., and was just so stunned to be able to see in summary form the very rich history of our Afro descendants and the influence. And that particular point really stuck with me, that during the slave trade, something like 15 million slaves were brought to the Americas, and 400,000 or so were brought to the United States. But the rest was brought to the Caribbean and to Latin America. Hence, it really made sense, because my own family is really a total, kaleidoscope of colors, and so I think it's just very poignant, because a lot of times we don't focus on the fact that we do have such an extraordinary legacy and contribution. So with that, Mr. Guevara, if you can talk to us a little bit about Afro-descendants here, Latino Afro-descendants here in the region.
First, I would like to thank every member of the council for inviting me, especially to Congresswoman Nancy Navarro and her team for making this celebration possible. Second, I would like to congratulate my fellow Central Americans that are in the room. Recently, they celebrated their 197th anniversary of independence. Just to tell you a little bit about myself, I was born and raised in a low-income neighborhood in Honduras, where I became an attorney who practiced. In 2002, the Organization of American States, which is a regional international political organization headquartered in DC, needed an attorney to help with the cases that have to do with indigenous people and African descendants throughout the region. They opened one position for the 30 and plus countries, and I was with merit and lucky to be the one chosen. Since 2002, I have been in Washington, D.C. After working at the OAS, I went to American University, where I got my law degree. I have a master's in international business law. From there, from AU, I transitioned to the Inter-American Development Bank, which is the largest international bank that lent resources, financial resources to Latin American countries. And then I transitioned to the World Bank, and currently I am the Deputy Director of the Mayor's Office on Latino Affairs. I would like to talk a little bit about Afro-Latinos by encouraging you to look at a recent report that was released by the World Bank. Actually, it was released in August of 2018, and the report is titled African Descendants in Latin America Towards a Framework of Inclusion. And this report, the World Bank, and why this report is important? It's important because one of the biggest challenges that we are facing in the region have to do with growing inequalities. If you are working in reducing growing inequalities or creating economic opportunities or closing the income gaps that we have in the Americas, I think that this report is a good reference to look at. In the report, the World Bank highlights how for every 4 Latin American residents or citizens, one of them self-identify as African descendant. And in the region, we have approximately 600 million people. Out of these 600 million, approximately 200 million of them are people of African descendants. Just in 5 countries, which include Brazil, Colombia, Venezuela, Peru, Ecuador, we have an estimate, African descendants constitute approximately 133 million people, which is approximately 38% of the population. Unfortunately, this African descendants, which are 38% of the population, are the ones that are facing the challenges associated with living in extreme poverty. The second issue that I wanted to address have to do with the progress that we have made in the region toward including people of African descent from Latin America, particularly when it comes to the census. Over the last few years, over the last 30 years, most Latin American countries have been including the African descendant variable in their census. Many countries didn't even ask you whether you were black or not when they conducted the census, because they were instituting or practicing what they call racial democracy. And when we talk about racial democracy, at least in the context that many of the Latin American countries have been implementing it, that means that we are all equal. If we are all equal, why do we have to count people of African descent? And that's what has been leaving a whole community behind. When we look at the infrastructure system that we have in Latin America, you will often find not only the infrastructure, the education, or the social system as a whole, you will find that we have a long way to go when it comes to addressing issues that people of African descent face. So in the U.S., we are making effort at the national level, at the local level. At the national level, many of us will be engaged in the census that is the 2020 census. I think that we all have a responsibility to make sure that first everybody is counted, regardless of their immigration status. I think that we have a responsibility to make sure that Afro-Latinos are taken into account. In the U.S., in the United States, the first time we included the word Hispanic in the census was in 1970. From 1970 to the last census that happened in 2010, there were approximately 3.8 million people. Out of these 3.8 million people, approximately 50 million of them self-identify as Latino, which is puzzling for us as Afro-Latinos. Is that how is it possible that out of these 16% of the U.S. population, only 1.3 million of them will self-identify as black? Something needs to be fixed, because if we are 1/3 of the population of the entire region, I strongly believe that we can make a better effort to accurately count this segment of the population. My last topic has to do with the potential for collaboration or partnerships to enhance the programs that exist in the DMV area. I think that District 4 and Ward 4, for instance, in Washington, D.C., has a strong potential to work toward putting in place programs or enhance the existing programs to improve the quality of life of Latinos and Afro-Latinos. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. And I know it was going to be difficult to not acknowledge everybody. So I do know we have Carla Silvestri from Montgomery College and Gabe Albornoz, who's also the Director of Recreation. So anyway, I'll stop there because I know it's going to be hard and I'm going to miss so many people. But we're going to move over to Miguel Lara, who is an amazing chef and is also owner of Lara Spices, to talk a bit about the role of food and the influence that Latino food has had in our area.
Thank you very much. My name is Chef Lara, Miguel Lara. I want to thank everyone for the invitation. Lilian for the video, is amazing. Berta, Nancy. So my journey with food. My father immigrated to Rockville about 40 years ago. And then 10 years later, 30 years ago, he was able to bring my family here with my mom and brothers. So my first job, I arrived to Rockville on a Friday, and I was very lucky to have a job by Tuesday on the next week. My first position was at the Marriott in Bethesda, at the headquarters. And I ended up staying in that hotel for 12 years. Then I wanted to learn how to cook because I was always impressed by all the chefs that were working in the company. And I moved to the University of Maryland 12 years later. And the University of Maryland, the UMUC, had one of the largest kitchens in Maryland for a person like me to learn how to cook. So I went there, and I was lucky to work with many talented chefs, and that's how my journey started. So I ended up staying with Marriott 16 years. Then I got a job with Montgomery College. I was given an opportunity to teach the community and how to provide them with education and how to handle food. So I've been teaching at Montgomery College for the past 8 years, training cooks and how to obtain the food safety license. I've been also working with the Taste of Peru, Washington, where we have brought from Peru about 50 chefs for the past 6 years to, we bring them to teach people how to cook and also how to show them the culture of Peru and all the different ingredients. As you know, Peruvian cuisine is very, very popular lately in the United States. It's getting closer to Mexican cuisine. So that has been one of my latest projects, the Taste of Peru, and also working with the spices. I have traveled to many different countries, and I have learned how to mix different spices and cooking techniques, and that has been my journey. How restaurants started in the county, in Montgomery County, I think this is the first time that people ask me, what do you think? How all these people have so many restaurants in Montgomery County? And what I found out through my colleagues and other chefs is that many people went to work in D.C. For famous chef. One of them was Jean-Louis Paladin at the Watergate. And then some others worked for Loro Plaza, for a famous restaurant in D.C. where the president visits. So I can tell you there are at least 20 restaurants where people came from those restaurants. And that's how lucky we are that we have all these talented cooks that offer so many different dishes with Latin flavor. Many of the chefs and owners of the restaurants worked for a French chef, but they didn't want to open a French restaurant. They wanted to offer their cuisine. Many of the restaurants that you find in the county are unique because when you go to a restaurant, it's half Mexican and half Salvadorian for some reason. It's very unique. It only happens in this region. So thank you very much for the invitation.
It's a great time to be talking about food right at noon. So next we'll listen to Nelly Carrion, Director of Washington Hispanic, but also somebody who has been a trailblazer in the region, really, I think, uplifting the Latino experience through her publications and through her work to promote also music in the region. And so we're very lucky that she made time to come and share with us some of her own journey and observations.
Gracias. Gracias Nancy Navarro, Lilian Mas, y Berta Flores por la invitación. Desde que llegué a este país, ya 28 años, radico en el condado de Montgomery. Y para mí es un orgullo, como comprenderán, estar ahora frente a ustedes. Yo soy originaria del Perú y junto a mi hijo Johnny Yataco fundamos el periódico semanal Washington Hispanic en el año 1994. Desde ese año hasta la actualidad me desempeño como directora del periódico, que cada semana imprime un total de promedio de 45,000 copias, las cuales se multiplican cuando llegan a las familias y nos leen alrededor de 720,000 lectores al mes, que es muy importante, están leyendo el español. El tema nacional que nos traen es la conmemoración de la herencia hispana, el de honrar, mostrar y elevar nuestra historia colectiva y nuestras tradiciones como comunidad. Nuestras tradiciones reflejan diversas mezclas indígenas, africanas y europeas. Mis años de experiencia en el apoyo de grandes artistas, talentos, grupos, ha logrado dejar en claro que en el ámbito de la música y la cultura hay un gran aporte que la comunidad hispana ha dado a esta gran nación y al resto del mundo. La representación latina la podemos ver latente en los campos de la danza, pintura, teatro, canto, pero también tenemos diversidad grandes en diferentes géneros musicales con artistas aquí localmente, como Maru Montero, que es de México, el ballet negro Mamauca, con influencia afro-peruana que enriquece la cultura, el grupo Papalca, que difunde la marinera, la orquesta Ceniza All Star, que difunde todo lo que es la rumba sabrosa, como Buenavista Social Club de Cuba, y otros grandes como Marc Anthony, Rubén Blades, Gilberto Santa Rosa y la gran Celia Cruz. Ellos son genuinos representantes de nuestra cultura. La influencia de estos artistas en todo el mundo ha abierto una brecha con un camino grande hacia el éxito, incluso lo que es más importante, hacia la comunicación entre todos nosotros. Nuestra música es la expresión más grande del sentir de los latinos. La combinación de sonidos, instrumentos, ritmos, los bailes y las letras hacen que nuestra música latina traspase fronteras y que nuestra herencia siga rindiendo frutos y ganando adeptos día a día, logrando una hermandad a nivel mundial entre los seres humanos. Qué fácil es ver cuando vamos a un convivio o cuando vamos a una reunión, a un party, como se le dice acá. Es tan fácil ver a personas de diferentes razas y países con diversidad de cultura, credo y religión. Sin embargo, a la hora que ya suena la música, todos nos unimos.
Okay. So I'm going to take over, try to translate from here over to say how beautiful it is every time we go to a meeting or to a party and we get to gather together people of all religions, of nationalities. ¿De todas nacionalidades?
Sí, las personas de todas las razas, credos y religiones se unen a la hora de un baile.
So at the time of dancing, everybody gets together and unify themselves.
Por eso es que yo soy clara en decir que es realmente la música, el ritmo heredado de nuestros ancestros afro, los que realmente tienen la clave para poder migrar, como yo digo, sin papeles, pero migran porque al final todos nos unimos a través del ritmo y de la música.
That's why I'm trying to be very clear every time I say that all the heritage that we got from our Afro ancestors and the influence that they have in our music, it's a way of us gathering together and unifying ourselves through the music.
Como decía Celia Cruz,
Just as Celia Cruz used to say,
la vida es un carnaval.
Life is a carnival.
Y estamos aquí de paso en este mundo.
And we are through this world just
Yes.
Say it again? Yeah. Passing by. Yes.
Estamos de paso en este mundo, entonces ¿por qué no unirnos incluso más tarde y juntarnos y disfrutar de nuestra música, de nuestra alegría, de nuestra cultura y de nuestra tradición, que también es tan rica como la de todos ustedes.
So if we are passing by through this world, why shouldn't we just get together? And even later on today, we should get together and dance and enjoy our heritage.
Yo estoy viendo caras felices cuando digo esto y quiero invitarlos en alguna oportunidad a través de nuestra querida Nancy Navarro.
I get to see a lot of smiling faces, and I would like to invite you sometime soon through our council member Nancy Navarro, Vice President Nancy Navarro.
Y que nos juntemos olvidándonos de todo.
To get together, forgetting every single differences that there might be.
Y nos vayamos de rumba.
And
Muchas gracias.
We can go party. Muchas gracias.
Nos vayamos de rumba, which I think translated is something like young people would say, let's go turn up somewhere. Something like that. Thank you so much. Muchísimas gracias a todos los panelistas y sobre todo esta última observación, this very last observation. And as I was saying earlier, you know, it's never too late to learn something. I learned that apparently salsa really was pretty much launched in New York. That, you know, you had all these salseros like Oscar de Leon and so many other people who really took, you know, the Cuban influence and everything, but it really came to be in New York. So when we talk about the influence of, you know, Latin American culture in the United States, wow, you know, who would have known? I had no idea, and of course I'm a big salsera, so it was very interesting to learn that. But so with that, if there are any questions, any comments?
Thank you, Council Vice President Navarro. Mr. Rice.
Well, thank you very much. And let me just say that this was a fantastic presentation. And I love the theme of the presentation in recognizing heritage. And I think it's something that ties into what a message that we need to have for our community is. We are all one. And it's one of those that's interesting because as I talk to folks in the African American community, they're oftentimes, well, you know, Latinos and Hispanics have what they need, and we need to have what we need as African Americans. And I said, what is that? Because it's exactly the same. Opportunity, prosperity, reduction of discrimination, all of the things that we all care about. And oh, by the way, we have roots and heritage that are the same. You know, when I represented, I had the opportunity, I was very fortunate to represent, before coming to elected office, represent Puerto Rico. And so I represented them for a little over a year and got a chance to learn about the history and heritage of Puerto Rico. And it was one in which where when you learn and talk to people who have been there for so long about what it is and how people have grown to misunderstand and not be able to appreciate the fact that we've evolved and have our own unique inferences that are part of our cultures now, but are still so inextricably tied together. And, you know, when you look at dance, when you look at food, when you look at a lot of the things we do, they're very similar. Very similar. And so I love the theme, but I do ask that for the panelists, if we can talk about what it is that we need to do to bridge that gap, to bridge that divide between our African American communities and our Hispanic Latino communities, and make sure that we come together understanding how closely tied we truly are. So.
Thank you, Council Member, for that question. And it's a very interesting question. And when I got the job that I have right now, the same question was asked to me. Because often I see at the national level and at the local level situations where we are competing with each other. And I put in the table two examples. The Congressional Black Caucus and the Hispanic Caucus, all of them organize their event at the same time, competing with each other. In schools and universities, when you walk in, you will see one community in one corner and the other community at the other corner. And I think that a lot has to do with education. And when we analyze deeper what is going on and what this is happening, we realize that one of the key issues has been the lack of interrelationships that we see in each of these communities. Let's take a curriculum of any educational institution, and let's see how often we're gonna come across a Latino leader and a white leader in the same page. Most of the time you won't find that. So we need to start reviewing our curriculums, our education system, and start from the very beginning, from the early childhood education system that we have. From then transition to elementary school, and then high school, colleges and universities. So education, I strongly believe, is the key. I think that we can create policies and programs that enable us to promote interracial relations across the board. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Oh, very good. Ms. Carrion.
Yo creo que, como todo en la vida, todo tiene formas de solución.
I believe that as everything in life, everything has a solution.
Y así como muchas veces se organizan paneles educativos, se organizan paneles para educar a la gente en lo que es todo lo que es administración de empresas y ese tipo de cosas, que lógicamente es muy importante, pero es solo para determinados grupos.
Just like very often panels educational panels are organized to educate people, just like that we should.
Yo quisiera proponerles también,
I would like to propose as
y le dejo la tarea a Nancy Navarro.
And I'm giving this homework to Nancy Navarro.
Yo la puedo ayudar
I can help
a que organicemos.
To organize.
Puede ser una vez al mes o puede ser cada 2 meses.
Maybe once a month,
pero yo siempre he tenido un sueño, y se lo contaba a Lilian, hacer lo que se podría denominar la caravana de la alegría.
I have a dream, and it is to organize a caravana de la alegría, which is like happiness caravan.
Sí, la caravana de la alegría, que no sería otra cosa que llevar nuestro arte, cultura y folclore, incluso a los asilos, llevarlos a diferentes grupos, a las escuelas, visitar las escuelas y así reunirnos entre todos y ir formando, justamente socializar, para incluirnos y poder interrelacionarnos.
So to have this caravan of happiness in which we can share our culture, folklore, and everything that is within our culture with others, and even bring it to elder people so they can enjoy every single part of our heritage.
That's a great recommendation. I'm glad that Casey Anderson is here from Park and Planning. I don't know if I saw Mike Riley. We have, of course, Gabe Albernas, Director of Recreation, who is going to be transitioning. But this is, I think that we can come together and work on something like this. And then ultimately, when we finally get the Wheaton Arts and Cultural Center, then we'll have a place that will be the home for many of these particular activities, which I totally agree will help bridge a lot of that, I think, strong connection between all of our communities, including, I think, the Latino, the African American communities, and other immigrant communities, because I do agree, the more that we learn about our traditions and our music and our food, the less the gap of misunderstanding that will remain. And so that is part of what we will be working on, and it's great to have Nelly Carrion as a partner on this.
Yeah,
Aceptado.
And if I can just follow that up, it's very interesting. Timing couldn't be more impeccable. We actually have the ambassador for the Republic of Ethiopia who's just joined us in the back of the room. So when you're talking about tying together our Afro and Latino cultures, it's right here in Montgomery County, so it's a beautiful thing.
Very good. Mr. Lara would like to comment. I wanted to also, if I could, and maybe you'll respond to this as well, or respond to something different, but the comment about culture and recreation just really brings to mind something for me about athletics. And I really am concerned that we have a problem in this county where a lot of competitive sports are very expensive. And kids, they get started in sports, but then they get to a certain level and there's no more facilities available to them unless they have permits and they're on teams, and the teams cost hundreds of dollars or even more when you factor in travel and what it takes. And I feel like we are losing most of the young people from the opportunity to become fantastic athletes and to go on to scholarships in college and maybe even to win the World Cup for the United States of America one day. And I think we ought to rethink the kind of programming that we provide, the kind of facilities that we provide. The mention was made of parks, what we do through the schools, because this whole movement towards expensive sports is leaving behind most of the talent in this country, I really think. But thank you. Anyone want to comment on any other issue, or Mr. Lara?
I want to follow up with the communities being united. You know, food brings communities together. I see that many neighborhoods in our county, sometimes you get the feeling that it's only for Latinos. And I think the communities need the support from institutions like this to educate them and to transform that feeling. I think the business will probably grow faster because there are many restaurants that you feel that they need the support from people that understand the business better. Just to give you an example, maybe downtown Wheaton, you know, what do we feel about going to have lunch or dinner out in Wheaton? There are many different choices in restaurants there, but many times it's difficult because what you feel is that you're going to go to a restaurant where there is only party going on. There is only, you know, it's important to understand and to help those communities. Maybe organizing events in those communities that can bring people together. And so that way, one day, we don't feel that it's only for Latinos. You know, it's only for people from Colombia, or it's only so food can actually unite the community.
That is true. Mm-hmm. And speaking of food uniting the community, we will now take a break, and I'm sorry, we have one. Apologize.
I think, Sonia, we're going to move forward and have the awards and then a photo.
I believe Nelly wanted to add something shortly.
Yes.
Muy breve. Solo que así como el deporte, que es muy importante para los niños en la parte educativa.
I believe that's, I understand the importance of sports and the educational part of
También es importante anotar que la parte de enseñarle música a los niños, manejo de instrumentos, enseñarles la pintura, el arte, también los padres de familia deben enterarse que a través de eso también pueden conseguir becas para sus hijos.
It's also important to incentivize education in terms of art and music and children, and to make parents understand that they can also get scholarships through those areas.
Wonderful, gracias. Y ahora tenemos Oh, yes, go ahead.
I just wanted to add to that. I don't think that you have to go very far to enlist the help of people to make this happen. And part of my point here was that we have a lot of cultural brokers here, people who speak 2, 3, 4 languages and easily navigate among these different cultures.
Absolutely.
So I don't think you need to look very far to do
Absolutely.
that. So thank you.
Thank you. Well, thank you so much. I think we have some awards of recognition, and if my colleagues can also come forward, and we'll make a group photo.
Is it the panelists? All right, we're going to begin and expect colleagues to join us. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. This is a public hearing on Bill 3118, New Home Warranty and Builder Licensing Amendments. This bill would require new home builders and new home sellers to register with the Office of Consumer Protection to provide buyers with, there's a little typo here, sorry, with a new home warranty. It will also require the Office of Consumer Protection to administer and enforce county law related to new home builders and new home sellers and generally amend these laws. A Public Safety Committee work session is tentatively scheduled for Monday, October 29th. Persons wishing to submit additional material for the Council's consideration should do so before the close of business, October 24th. And for everyone scheduled to testify today, please bring copies of your written testimony to the clerk at this time. And if you'd like to follow the progress of this bill or any council bill, the council website has a subscribe function. Go to the council website and use the View Council Records and Legislative Updates link to learn how. All right, now we have Eric Friedman on behalf of the county executive. Mr. Friedman, you may begin when you're ready.
Good afternoon. I hope you will tell Mr. Leggett I was able to fight through the crowd to deliver his testimony. My name is Eric Friedman, Director of the Office of Consumer Protection. Our office currently licenses new home builders and sellers. I am here today on behalf of County Executive Ike Leggett to testify in support of Bill 31-18, which would amend Chapter 31C of the Montgomery County Code. The bill would revise and update Montgomery County's 30-year-old law regarding new home builders and sellers. These revisions would serve to address new business models in the home construction industry, ensure that building permits are issued appropriately, enhance uniformity with state laws, clarify the procedures for revoking or denying registrations, and delete outdated references. The Office of Consumer Protection has become aware of changes in the marketplace in which some new home builders are creating many single-purpose limited liability companies to own the land and sell new homes that are built by a related construction company. By altering the traditional business model in the construction industry, the creation of these single-purpose limited liability companies may result in new homes being sold by unlicensed builders without warranties and without state guarantee fund coverage. The Office of Consumer Protection has also identified numerous cases in which unlicensed builders and individuals have been able to obtain building permits by providing false information. In addition, the Office of Consumer Protection has gained first-hand experience with deficiencies currently in Chapter 31C regarding the procedures for revoking or denying a registration. Accordingly, County Executive Isaiah Leggett appreciates the initiatives taken by the lead sponsor, Councilmember Craig Rice, to introduce this bill. The Office of Consumer Protection looks forward to working with Council to amend the bill if and as needed. Thank you for the opportunity to testify on Bill 3118, and we look forward to working with the Council in its deliberations on this legislation.
Very good. We have a comment from Mr. Rice.
Well, Mr. Friedman, I just wanted to say thank you to you. You have always been a crusader in truly defining what your office is about ensuring that we're protecting our consumers in Montgomery County. This legislation arose via a number of complaints that we received from folks who were being held hostage by some of these rogue entities that are out there trying to take advantage of people. And we know that one of the biggest investments that people can make is in their home. And so to be able to have their families affected, their ways of life affected by this is truly a tragic situation. And so I'm really appreciative of both you and Amanda Myhill working together to be able to come up with a very strong, structured bill that will provide additional protections for those who are seeking to find a new place to call home. So I just really want to thank both of you for working. I also want to thank the county executives, attorney staff who's working diligently with Ms. Myhill to ensure that this bill dots all the I's and crosses all the T's that it needs to, and look forward to a great supportive recommendation from the Public Safety Committee shortly. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Friedman. And we'll move to our next item, which is a public hearing on Bill 3018. Finance Accessibility Features Supplement. This bill would provide for a supplement for meeting a Level 1 or Level 2 accessibility standard on a single-family residence, and generally amend county law governing financial incentives for accessibility features. A GO committee work session is tentatively scheduled for Thursday, October 18th, and persons wishing to submit additional material for the council's consideration should do so before the close of business October 15th. And again, you may subscribe to updates on this legislation from the council website. We have speaking today two speakers. We have John Poxtus and Mark McCaffrey. John, you're first.
Good afternoon, council members. My name is John Poxtus. I'm the president and CEO of Habitat for Humanity Metro Maryland, a nonprofit affordable housing provider working in Montgomery County since 1982. I would like to express Habitat for Humanity Metro Maryland's strong support for Bill 30-18 and to thank Councilmember George Leventhal for introducing the bill and for Council members Katz, Reamer, Navarro, Hucker, Elrich, Berliner, and Florine for co-sponsoring this legislation. As Montgomery County's population ages, it becomes more important than ever to ensure that our housing stock can properly accommodate our residents. Through our home repair program, we frequently encounter seniors looking to age in their homes but lack the money needed to make necessary accessibility improvements will allow them to do so. We believe that the Design for Life tax credit legislation passed nearly 5 years ago is a great incentive for residents to make their homes livable for family members of all ages and abilities. That said, the clientele that Habitat for Humanity works with cannot afford to make improvements on their own and therefore do not qualify for the tax credit. Moreover, nonprofits making and paying for accessibility improvements are not the property owners and therefore do not qualify for the tax credit either. Bill 30-18 will provide a supplement to nonprofit organizations for providing Level 1 and Level 2 Design for Life construction services to low-income homeowners in need of accessibility modifications. This bill could drastically increase the nonprofit sector's ability to provide accessibility improvements by reimbursing a portion of the cost of design of the life improvements, increasing the nonprofit's capacity to take on more clients and retrofit more homes across the county. In the past 2 years alone, Habitat for Humanity has served nearly 30 seniors through its repair program and provided accessibility improvements in 15 of those homes. Nearly all of those homes needed accessibility improvements, but in some cases, health and safety issues were prioritized as more critical needs and accessibility improvements could not be made due to funding caps. Bill 30-18 could be used to supplement health and safety repair money to ensure that homeowners who also need accessibility improvements can access them. Again, we thank the Council for their support of this bill so far, and we hope to see it pass in the coming month. Thank you for your time and consideration. I just want to add the Commission on Aging is sending a letter in support of Bill 30-18 as well.
Thank you very much, John. Mark? Good afternoon. Up, there you go.
Good afternoon. My name is Mark McCaffrey. I'm the Executive Director of Rebuilding Together in Montgomery County. We're a locally based nonprofit working in the field of affordable housing. We have been working to provide safe and healthy housing for Montgomery County homeowners since 1990. I wish to express Rebuilding Together Montgomery County's profound support of Bill 3018. I wish to convey the thanks to Councilmember Leventhal for his ongoing support for the needs of Montgomery County residents and in the field of affordable housing. And furthermore, for his introduction of this legislation. I further wish to express my gratitude on behalf of those we serve to Council Members Florine, Katz, Berliner, Riemer, Hooker, Ulrich, and Navarro for supporting Bill 3018. The low-income population that Rebuilding Together County serves lack the resources for the improvements needed to ensure safe access and egress, along with other health and mobility challenges they face. Sadly, our clients, due to their inability to afford these needed improvements, do not qualify for the Design for Life tax credits legislation adopted November 25th, 2014, on either level 1 or 2. Furthermore, as nonprofits undertaking these accessibility improvements are not the owners of said homes and therefore do not qualify for tax credits under Executive Regulation 314. Here in Montgomery County, we have some of the oldest housing stock in Maryland, and as our residents continue to age, we need to adapt said homes to ensure our older and aging population can age in place. Our work relies on funding to ensure that we can address the accessibility improvements needs for our aging population, and this supplemental funding under Bill 3018 would help provide Level 1 and 2 Design for Life construction services and funding to address our low-income homeowners' accessibility needs. The additional funding provided under Bill 3018 would allow us, the nonprofit sector, to reach more clients and increase accessibility improvements across the county. As we benefit the lives of more Montgomery County aging residents experiencing increasing accessibility challenges. Our experience in providing services for low-income homeowners shows that 80% of our clients are older adults, almost all of whom require some form of accessibility improvements. Sadly, not all can receive the required improvements due to funding constraints. As with other nonprofits, other critical safety and health immediate needs took priority. The funding allowed under Bill 3018 is essential in ensuring allowing more homes to receive essential accessibility improvements. Thank you for the opportunity to testify this afternoon.
Thank you, Mr. McCaffrey. All right. And thank you, Mr. Poxtis. And that concludes our public hearing. Oh, Mr. Rice, no.
I just would like to be added as a co-sponsor. Thank you.
Very good. Noted. Now we have a public hearing followed by action on a special appropriation, amendments to the FY19 to 24 capital improvements program, and also a special appropriation to the FY19 capital budget for Montgomery County Government, Department of Transportation, in the amount of $1,565,000 to extend Teachers Way. Action is tentatively scheduled immediately following the hearing. We have no speakers, but Glenn, can you give us the background, please, just very briefly?
Sure. The memorandum of understanding between the City of Gaithersburg and the county allows for certain projects to be funded with county impact taxes that are collected in the City of Gaithersburg, one of which is this extension of Teachers Way, which actually was built by the city and finished in 2015. Essentially what's happening here is the city's now looking for it to be paid back with the county impact tax money collected in Gaithersburg. So it is a legitimate project for such a reimbursement. It was in the MOU. They're asking for $1,564,930. We always round up to the nearest thousand, so that's why the appropriation is $1,565,000.
Okay. Good. Well, the T&E committee recommends approval, so it's before us, and all those in favor, please show your hands. That is unanimous.
Thank you.
And now we will turn back to items that we were working our way through from previous. First of all, just to restate, we were originally going to have the Climate Mobilization Working Group report at 2 o'clock today. Unfortunately, due to other items, we're going to reschedule that as soon as we can. And where we left it, we got through item A on the district council session. So it's a lot to work through today. We have now item B, which is action on a zoning text amendment, 1807, accessory residential uses, accessory apartments. And I'll turn it to the chair of the committee, Ms. Florine.
Thank you. Continuing on our effort of wrapping up our work on expanding the availability of affordable housing, the Fed Committee recommends approval of this one. This was a Fed Committee initiated effort. It's become clear that after our last time we worked on affordable housing, on the accessory apartments, the system's been working. And this provides for a simpler system. It really takes us to the next level. The experience in the county you can see on page 3. And I want to thank our summer fellow, Jane Lyons, who's not here today, but she did a lot of work on this for us. And you'll see where Montgomery County stacks in terms of the number of accessory apartment permits issued in 2016. We do rank a little bit above DC and way above Arlington, Virginia. But you can see that, and Barnstable, Massachusetts, it's interesting. It's an example of Santa Cruz, indeed, but as a much larger community. We haven't generated that many. There haven't been that many issues at all. And so what the committee recommends are these changes that makes it easier for those apartments to be approved. Basically, though, if there are community issues with respect to parking or distance between accessory units, those can be raised and addressed by the hearing examiner. And as I recall, any challenge to a decision would go to circuit court, right, Jeff? Am I remembering this correctly?
Not on this one.
Not on this one. It was another one.
Right, that was on the cell tower.
The cell tower, next item, next item. So we in the Fed Committee have been busy. So this simplifies things, and I think based on our experience, we feel that it's an appropriate use of housing resources. I know that Council President will be taking this up in the next council as well, and I wish you all the best. So that's the committee recommendation. And and there's another item a little later after the cell tower conversation having to do with the how the hearing examiner handles all this stuff.
You're referring to the
No,
bill?
no, that's a licensing program.
The bill,
Yeah,
2618.
yeah, that's the bill. That's part of the same effort. That's right. Thanks.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Florine. So Jeff, could you summarize for?
Again, this just makes approvals that were a conditional use, a limited use, and allows for a waiver by the hearing examiner. There are two standards. My memo was slightly incorrect. I don't know how that happened.
It's the last one.
Two standards, one for parking and the other for distance. Both of these could be the subject of objections if they are not within the standards of the zone. The ZTA would allow the hearing examiner to waive those provisions within the licensing arrangement and not take that to conditional use.
Jeff, conditional use is a 120-day turnaround from the planning board?
Hearing is set 120 days after the application is made. It gives time for the...
So the hearing is set for within 120 days, but there could be additional work after the hearing.
Right. After the hearing would be a report which would is given another 30 days. But this would do away with that. There was one minor amendment suggested by the hearing, by the planning board on circle page 9, just to say that the standard of 500 feet exists unless it's waived. That was the only amendment.
All right. Okay, folks may wish to comment or not. I will observe that I think our annual production of 45 units is quite meager, and I think you could, I don't know what the real potential is. I don't know how many people would want to use this, but our annual housing production in the county right now is a little under 2,500 units a year, and if we could have, well, just take Vancouver, which is a smaller community than us, as a guide, they produce 500 a year. If we had that many, that would be a 20% increase in our housing supply annually. Who knows what is achievable? I don't, but it is a housing type that is fairly affordable. It has certain elements that, it's an apartment inside of a house, or it might be a detached unit that limit I think what you really can successfully charge for it. So it is sort of more market affordable type housing. And I think it is very valuable. I think it helps generations live together, whether it's older, family members living in the primary house and the youngers in the unit, or vice versa. It's a very popular way for generations to live together and to be able to live in closer proximity to jobs and to metro and other types of transportation, where we don't have the ability to add new housing units in the residential areas. So I think there's just so much to say for it. My view after working on this issue some is that the underlying restrictions may be a bigger source of the lack of real production, which I see as a lack of production, and that it's the requirement that you have to have an acre of land to do a detached accessory dwelling. Now that keeps out a lot of potential lots, or the distance requirements for parking and these kinds of things. So we'll see what the impact of this is, but I think we need to take a look at the underlying restrictions and come up with an approach that will try to look at this from the perspective of it's desirable housing that we want to encourage, rather than a nuisance that we want to prevent. And that's how I look at it. So this was a good bill through the committee, and I'm not hearing any other comments or questions, so we will move to a vote. And this is a roll call vote.
Mr. Elrich?
Yes.
Mr. Elrich votes yes. Mr. Hucker?
Yes.
Mr. Hucker votes yes. Mr. Rice?
Yes.
Mr. Rice votes yes. Mr. Berliner?
Yes.
Mr. Berliner votes yes. Mr. Leventhal?
Yes.
Mr. Leventhal votes yes. Ms. Florine?
Yes.
Ms. Florine votes yes. Mr. Katz?
Yes.
Mr. Katz votes yes. Ms. Navarro?
Yes.
Ms. Navarro votes yes. Mr. Reamer?
Yes, and that passes unanimously. And now for the main show.
Just continue that
Yeah,
positive
how
approach
about
to the
that?
Fed Committee recommendations.
Getting
We're on
into
a
the
roll
mood.
here.
We could, maybe not.
Yeah, the Happiness Caravan. Let's come on back.
You can come to that with us and not, yeah.
We will now turn to item C, which is a work session on zoning text amendment 1811, telecommunications towers, approval standards. I'll turn it to the chair of the committee in a moment. I just want to reiterate, this is a work session, so I think today we will go through background on the issue. We will, talk through the issue extensively and then talk through it some more. And this would be the day to surface ideas that you might favor as potential amendments. We don't need to have motions today. I think we can just surface ideas. If you have an idea, you should talk about it today. And then we have scheduled 2 weeks from now a vote, and people can put, council members may put their if there's amendments, on paper, and everyone can have that in advance, and that way, we'll have a thorough process. But today, I think we should ask questions. I know that this is a challenging issue, and the committee's worked on it extensively, and I'm going to talk a little bit about the process. But again, today's work session, there won't be any votes, no straw votes, no votes on amendments, no motions needed. But if there's something you're thinking about, you should talk about it and describe it, and then that way we can all kind of understand what each other is thinking about. So now I'll turn to the chair of the committee, Ms. Florine.
Thank you. Well, this has been an interesting conversation. As you will all recall, that we started out with a different bill several years ago. We had a really vigorous, shall I say, after we had the public hearing, and I forget if we'd already had a committee meeting, but we had another committee meeting, at least the Fed Committee did, up in the Gaithersburg area, and we heard a lot of concerns. So we pulled that bill back, and as you will recall, the county executive proceeded to introduce the bill, send over the bill that we recently approved, having to do with the location of these small cell towers in more urban environments. This is the follow-up one about how they could function in more residential environments. And naturally, the folks who were concerned about the previous bill remain concerned about this one. You all know, and we all know, that one of the major things that bothers people is our concern about radiation and health effects. And everyone is well aware, of course, that as much as we may be concerned about that under federal law, that is not something we can address, much to the disappointment of lots of our residents. So what we tried to do is really try to shape a process here, really, to protect the community. We don't know what's really going to happen with cell phones. Okay, everybody, raise your hand if you have a cell phone. Community? Everybody? Come on. Come on, everybody in the back? Officers? Cell phones? Yes. Okay, do you have them with you? You have them with you, and most of you are on them, possibly downloading kitten pictures as we speak. This is the challenge. What's next? We don't know. So is Verizon going to go to some whole nother system? We have no clue. What we do know is there going to be another approach? There's new technology every couple of months. Mark, is there a new Apple phone?
Yes.
Yeah, Mark would know. You don't?
Yeah.
You've been busy, huh?
I've been busy.
Usually we can count on Mr. Elrich as our leader in technology here.
Yeah.
So this is the challenge. How do we plan for a future that's kind of unknowable? This is the real challenge for all of us. We want the people who want to download cute kitten movies on their cell phones to be able to do that, regardless of our views about that. We want them to be able to turn on their dishwashers from their cars as necessary. We want them to do whatever the new technology permits them to do, because people who live in Montgomery County are pretty up to date, very educated and thoughtful, and are in the game on the future. So that's our challenge as policymakers. What's the right direction to go in? So although we have terrific and really smart staff, we don't know what the technological future is for all of us. We don't know what the wireless providers are going to come up with next. Maybe we won't have wireless. Maybe we'll have something else. Who knows? But what we know is that there has been a system that's being advanced that we have a certain obligation to address. So our challenge here is trying to shape a process that protects our communities. I don't know what the news is today about the FCC being pressured to preempt local governments on being able to regulate this stuff. I know that there's pressure at the state level for that to occur. Last we met, Mr. Zients, the FCC was issuing various statements to the effect that preemption was somewhat likely. I know that in our last committee meeting, we understood they'd already taken the view, or taken the direction, as I recall, of cutting into or minimizing the ability of local governments to collect fees, on providers in the right-of-way. Isn't that right?
Yes, and they issued a 120-page order or ruling that did that, and a number of other things. I think I'm not sure if they published that in the Federal Register yet, but certainly it's something that the county and other jurisdictions would want to appeal.
That stuff is going on. I think we were going to sue them over this. Is that correct?
Seek judicial review.
Seek
for sure,
judicial
yes.
review.
So
our challenge is trying to stay ahead of the curve here. That's really it. And is there a perfect way? Well, we in the committee have tried to listen to everybody. There have been multiple meetings, hearings, and so forth. And this has really been the county executive's initiative. So, Ms. Nermi, you want to come on down, because this is really your bill, to find a way for us to have a hand in shaping the future of whatever devices may be possible and locatable in Montgomery County. We are losing our ability to control these things because of acts by others, and we're trying to put a marker in the ground that this is how Montgomery County can find a balance between industry demands and needs that are being addressed at levels above our pay grades, and at the same time respecting our communities and their concerns about visual blight and locational issues. So that's what you have in front of you. What we've ended up doing in committee, I'll let Jeff take you through the main things, but basically there are two categories of these polls. One is the replacement of or addition of these devices to existing telephone poles. That would and that's those of us who live within the trapezoid in the lower part of the county, and Mr. Ellich will know what I'm talking about here, are familiar with these the telephone poles and have a lot of them around us with a lot of stuff on them of every sort. If you look up in most of the down county, there's a lot of collection of things, and there's a certain amount of community concern about that stuff in the pole, but also many of that has been there for some years, and we are somewhat accustomed to it as a community in our denser communities. The bigger issue is for those communities, newer communities where utilities are undergrounded. And so as a matter of course, those communities usually are not used to seeing these poles. in the right-of-way, except to the extent that they have poked out of the ground in terms of light fixtures that might meet HOA kinds of standards and the like, but more modest devices, not the big poles that we're used to farther down county. And so consequently, to those folks in particular, they have raised lots of concerns because this isn't what they expect to see. So we've tried to, so in that category of uses, what we have come up with is that these devices located on poles in those communities would still be considered a conditional use, and we go through a review process that would involve concerns about compatibility and setbacks. So this has been sort of a fine balance in trying to find, appreciate that one use was sort of classic in terms of existing poles, and where new poles were being introduced, we appreciated that they were disruptive to the landscape and warranted a more sensitive approach in terms of dealing with them. So that's sort of a generalized summary of where we've ended up. We've also extended the nature of the setback in those residential areas in particular. Again, trying to find a balance and respecting those neighbors' concerns about things being too close to their homes. And again, an unexpected entrance into their view shed and all the associated concerns that have to do with the location of these devices within existing communities. So that's what this set of recommendations does. And with that, I guess I'll turn it over to either Ms. Nurmi or Mr. Zients. Ms. Nurmi, do you want to say anything about this before Mr. Zients gets into the details?
No, I think he's able to. I think he's able to explain it just perfectly, and you did a very good job. Thanks.
Okay. So I'll now turn over to Mr. Zients. Thank you, Jeff.
And that was a very good
Get it
summary.
covered, sir?
There is one thing is that the proposal sort of divides the world into two categories: those that are wooden poles or the Cobra light poles, the tall things that you see more in commercial areas or along wide streets that are 22 feet or higher. Both of those categories of poles would be approved by conditional use with setbacks. Within the conditional use category, what was originally proposed was a 30-foot setback, and what the committee has recommended is retain the 60-foot setback that is there today, but allow it to be reduced if it's necessary to avoid a denial of service. That is, if you couldn't get a different pole with a greater setback somewhere within the radius of service of that antenna, then you could have a shorter setback at that. The committee also wanted greater assurance on taking down pre-existing poles that are being replaced by another really utility pole. In that case, that's where this problem occurs, and drafted some text to do that. The committee wanted to make sure that there was better communication between the Tower Committee's recommendations and DPS, and required that the recommendation be forwarded to DPS so they had it in hand and then could enforce. And it also has a provision that requires those companies that had attachments to these poles to remove them within 60 days of having the new pole. That is typically the problem with taking down an old replacement utility pole, is that there are other people's equipment other than the PEPCO on those poles. RCN, Verizon, Comcast could all have lines on those poles, they have to be taken down and replaced on a new pole sequentially, because nobody really wants to touch the other guy's equipment for liability reasons. But the committee did what it could in trying to add protections along those lines. Other than that, it is essentially the committee's recommendation is the ZTA substantially as it was introduced. I can go through the memo at the council's discretion.
Okay. I don't know that we have to go through all the details of the memo one by one, but I think there will probably be opportunity and need to refer to what's in the memo that you've produced. Again, I think what we have here is a very simple ZTA in, well, it is actually. It's rather elegant and simple. In communities that have underground utilities, it's going to be a conditional use. There will be hearings. There will be input. There will be negotiation. And in communities that have utility poles, like the one where I live, where many of us live, it will be a limited use with a 30-foot setback.
60 foot unless a shorter setback is necessary. Oh, no, limited use.
Limited use.
Sorry.
Wow, I know this better than you do.
I'm sorry. Now, I'll be quiet.
So it's very simple. I know there's a lot of concern about this issue, and the response of this ZTA is that where we've heard the most concern from communities about replacing their fixtures, their light fixtures in their neighborhood, these small, fairly refined, aesthetically pleasing structures, we've heard a lot of concern about bringing in new infrastructure into these neighborhoods, and where that is contemplated, it would be a conditional use, and that would help us to negotiate and, through the Tower Committee process, find the best way to deploy that infrastructure in the manner that is most, compatible with the neighborhood. I wanted to just describe a little bit about the process that we've gone through. The chair alluded to this. This bill was, ZTA on this was introduced 2 years ago. 2 years ago. We've had 3 public hearings on this issue. That's pretty unusual. We've had 5 community meetings. The executive branch convened a series of community meetings. We've had 5 drafts of the ZTA released for public comment. So we have received public comment through 5 drafts publicly. We've had 2 down county and up county advisory board briefings, and we've had, I think my colleagues can attest, countless interactions, small meetings, individual meetings, phone calls, emails, Facebook comments, tweets. And as a result of the public input, we've added a prohibition against using certain classes of poles. We've added conditional use requirements to minimize the visual impact of replacement poles. We've reduced the antenna size. We've added shroud requirements. We've reduced height increases for replacement poles. We've added and increased setback requirements for replacement poles. We've added a requirement to remove old poles and removal of wires attached to old poles to address double pole issues. So we have made a large number of changes through the committee process, through the executive's drafting process, to the basic ordinance, which isn't to say that we're done. There may still be additional changes, but this has been out for public consumption and change, and it has been changed substantially as a result. The FCC recently issued a draft order that preempts the county, would preempt the county on many of these concerns. And I believe we should challenge that in court. But I understand that there is a real benefit to having our own ordinance in place to support a court challenge. So I'd like to ask a question about that in a moment, but I think it's a parallel issue with the state of Maryland. The state of Maryland, we know, is considering legislation that would preempt local authority, and having our own ordinance in place is a very valuable tool as we go combat effort in the state of Maryland to preempt us. Whether that ends up being grandfathering us or whether that ends up being pushing a statewide bill to reflect what we've done, who knows what the benefit would be, but having enacted our own ordinance would be a very strong advantage for us in the state. But I would like to briefly ask Mitzi or Joy if you could explain this question about how we would challenge the FCC in court and what role would it play having an ordinance of our own to rely upon, to point to in our legal case.
Thank you. Mitsuko Herrera, Department of Technology Services. So the FCC orders will take effect in somewhere about 90 days plus 1 to 3 weeks. Having the ordinance in place now would give it an effective date prior to the effective date of the FCC order. The specifics in the bill are designed to withstand the FCC challenge. The zoning requirements, the FCC's order is written so that things that are much larger than what we are doing would be covered, and they're subject to specific shot clocks to take action on those items. So the things that we've done in part in the ZTA are designed to enable us to comply, and so that the local standards that we've adopted can be preserved. The primary places where the FCC challenge is going to be difficult is specifically going to look around the cost and fees, which are not addressed in the ZTA, but the ZTA is a necessary step to move forward with starting to determine those costs and fees. The other things are that the FCC's orders are in essence an attempt to take public property, give it away at no cost, without any corresponding obligations to provide service. And the FCC's orders are designed to be a slippery slope so that they are first bringing in wireless, and then they would come to say that wireline has to be equivalent, and then potentially they would run to say that cable should be subject to something similar, and they've already started on that path.
So having our own ordinance in place enables us to make the argument in court that the FCC's action is arbitrary and capricious.
Correct.
So if we don't have our own ordinance in place, then the FCC and the people who want the FCC to preempt us can say, look, they haven't done the job.
Correct.
They can't do it.
We've already been in several filings, they've put footnotes and they've called out Montgomery County. It certainly would be a case in which they would come and they would make a claim that Montgomery County has worked on this for 2 years.
And we are a leader in this national policy-making arena. We file comments. We work with other local governments and we file comments. We are advocating before the FCC. If we can't actually do the job ourselves of creating an ordinance, and we're the ones leading the charge to protect local government, what is that going to say about local government's ability to get the job done? It's not a very good statement. So this is the real stakes here. We have the mantle of leadership for local government, and we have to do our jobs and enact an ordinance. And if we don't, then we are creating evidence that local governments can't do it. And then that's going to put local government in general in a very weak place to push back against the FCC order in court, to push back against preemption in Congress or in the state legislature. Now, I want to just observe, I've become more familiar with this, serving over the last year and a half on an advisory committee to the FCC. It's called the Intergovernmental Affairs Advisory Committee. And I was put forward for membership through NACO, the National Association of Counties. And I'm one of many local and state government officials on that committee. And in the work of that committee, I led my colleagues there, working with Ken Fellman from Colorado, to submit a comment to the FCC strongly opposing preemption of local government and urging the FCC to respect local authority in siting infrastructure. The county executive and I met with the Chairman Pai, we met with Commissioner Carr, we met with Commissioner O'Reilly, we met with Commissioner Rosenwhistle, with Commissioner Clyburn. We've met with every commissioner at the FCC, urging them to respect local authority and to help us achieve a successful deployment rather than to try to roll over us. So I was very disappointed to see yesterday advocates in the community put forward this idea that I should recuse myself from the work that I'm doing on small cell deployment because somehow I have an affiliation with the FCC. I can tell you that the industry and the chairman of the FCC does not like the views that I have been espousing, and in fact, they've recently packed the committee that I've been on in order to dilute my voice and the voice of other people who share my view that local government should be respected. And they are trying to pack that committee with people who are prepared to support preemption of local government. That's how much they don't agree with me, actually. So proving that no deed goes unpunished, I guess. My service in advocating on behalf of local government before the FCC has now been twisted around, in a similar manner to other information that we've seen twisted around, nonsense that we've heard from some about this issue. So, I would just urge my colleagues to keep their eyes on the ball here. We are a leader in 5G issues nationally. We are doing the hard work of trying to figure out how to strike the right balance. There's no easy answer. This is not a simple issue, and we have a lot to gain and we have a lot to lose. We do have a lot to gain with our phones. This is the future of wireless. This is what this issue is about. You can vote against the future of wireless if you want to, but that is what is at stake. On the other hand, it's the future of our control over our right-of-way and our ability to charge the industry a fair price for the permitting work that we would have to do for their equipment. Do you want to give away our right-of-way? Do you want to let the industry walk all over us? That is also what is at stake. So these are big issues. I'll now turn to my colleagues for their thoughts. Mr. Katz.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. To join in what you're saying, from what I understand, from what we've seen today, that we've had about 27 different meetings, from various community meetings to meetings with the industry individually, meetings with residents individually. And I candidly applaud our staff and our Fed committee and everyone else in this. These discussions have truly gotten us from one spot to another spot, and I applaud that. But as was pointed out, the biggest concerns, and it's not the only concern, but the biggest concerns that we have are for the underground, those areas, those residents where the underground utilities are located. Where the wooden poles, it has, not that it's an easy discussion, but it's certainly an easier discussion to discuss how we can solve those issues. But where the underground utilities are located, that is a big problem. And it's interesting that the industry, though they are a utility, the cell phone industry is a utility. It is an unregulated, underline the word, unregulated utility. Does not go before the Public Service Commission, does not have their fees discussed. It doesn't have anything that a regular utility would have. And this industry wants to use the public right-of-way. They want to use the public right-of-way for free, which is in itself is to me is not the right thing for it to be able to do. I believe the FCC, and I think we should probably talk about that for a second. The FCC is called the Federal Communication Commission, and they don't want us to communicate. They want us to be able to sit back and have their residents just say, you got to do this because we say you got to do this. And that's wrong. That is absolutely wrong for what they're trying to do. I don't believe that they have the authority to force, I do believe they have some authority, but I don't believe they have the authority to force air right-of-way to be used, the public right-of-way to use. They certainly don't have the authority to force someone's private property to be used, so therefore why should they have the right as an unregulated utility to be able to allow the public right-of-way to be used? I think there should be more discussion on this. I know that when the National League of Counties, and I read their newsletter, I think this Monday, we had another one where there's counties across America that are extremely concerned about this. And yes, we are a leader on this, but we should not do this strictly because there's a time frame set up by the FCC. We should do this in a very quick manner. I believe that all the discussions we've had, and I have some suggestions for amendments and other things as well, but for all the discussions we've had, in many cases, it's individuals. We've spoken to the industry, we've spoken to the residents, we've had public discussions, but it's not with each other. And what I always like, and I've seen it in planning and zoning on many, many times before, is what I always call the charrette process. And it's not just my name. I mean, it's certainly something that's been used several times in planning. I know that in some cases there were those who called it a charade process before it started. But in my case, and what I've seen, is the charrette process actually has people from all sides sit down, actually listen to each other, actually have the same information that they have gotten in the that others have gotten. Maybe they weren't there at the table, maybe they were at the table and didn't listen as closely. We need to do, in my opinion, we need to do that quickly. We need to say that in our case, because we have to have everything finished by October 31st because of the zoning, we can't do that fast. I believe that should be for something that this next council does. Right after we come back, early January, the council president should call and say that we need to get this solved. We need to have a working group that works on it while we're attempting to get it solved, sometime in February, to get this done, and then we can finally get this to rest. I believe if we can have everyone listening, everyone sitting at the same table and having a good discussion, I think this would be beneficial to everyone. I think it would be beneficial to the residents. I think it would be beneficial to the industry. Let's face fact, the industry wants the residents to be their customers. They don't want people angry. So therefore, we would be all, the residents, the industry, and everyone else involved would all be so much better served if we took one more deep breath. I understand we've worked on this for a long time. Mr. President, you've said that on the FCC that you were on that committee for a year and a half. We need to figure this thing out and not do it at this moment. I think we should wait to do it, and hopefully others will agree with me. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Katz. Mr. Leventhal.
Well, I want to congratulate you, Mr. President. You've had a really good year. You've gotten through a number of big controversial initiatives, and you've got some scars for it, but you really buckled down and identified some priorities, like the ZTA we passed last week for the breweries and wineries and cideries, which was, in my judgment, absolutely the right thing to do, but there's still some people grumpy about it. I don't know whether you'll succeed in getting through this ZTA this month. I will not vote for any delay motion. As with the ZTA on wineries and cideries and breweries, they're different, but what is similar is I listened very carefully to the objections, and I came to the conclusion that the fundamental objection couldn't be satisfied, and that anything we did to liberalize any economic activity in the agricultural reserve would be opposed by some. And that's just the way it was, and that there isn't a decision that this council will ever make that will be pleasing to 100% of people. Not any decision that this council ever makes will be pleasing to 100% of people. And so for that reason, because of my affection and concern for my colleagues who will serve on the next county council, I will not vote to postpone this agonizingly difficult vote to those distinguished elected officials, 4 of whom will be brand new and have not encountered this issue at all, other than to respond to questionnaires in the heat of a primary election campaign, which, let me tell you, is the worst way to make policy decisions. Do you agree with my position 100%? Yes or no? By the way, do you want to win the election? That's not a good way to make decisions. So, I've been called by folks who are not yet on the council, and some who didn't make it through the primary, saying, please don't do anything on cell towers, because they believe they're representing, the community. And there is no doubt that there are a significant number of constituents who are anxious and worried about more of these devices in their neighborhoods, and that their feelings are legitimate, and we have to respect those. And we made some efforts in committee to be responsive to those, and if there are credible and bona fide amendments now or later in the full council to address those, I'm wide open to those. So I'm happy to consider seriously and vote for amendments that seem, reasonable I think that we are only buying ourselves trouble if we act in a manner that clearly violates federal law, or that clearly invites preemption, or that clearly invites court action by the wireless industry. So those will be issues. You know, I don't really care whether it's 30 feet or 45 feet or 60 feet. I don't particularly care whether a particular thing is a limited use or a conditional use. I don't think it's responsible, and I've only got a few more weeks here. I really seriously want to be responsible. I want to cast votes that I feel good about, that represent good policy. And I don't think it's responsible to do something that we know invites a lawsuit that we will lose. I don't think that's responsible. And so some constituents have written me saying, look, there's this town in California that said, we'll never allow 5G here. We just won't allow it. And we're going to invest in municipal broadband instead. Well, that little town, if it has the wherewithal to provide FiOS to everybody in that little town, and that's a public expenditure it wants to undertake, that's great. 5G's coming to that town. One way or the other, the industry's going to get 5G in that town. And so this council could act in a manner that would have the effect of blocking 5G. But having studied this and having the benefit of really listened and learned about it, which the 4 new council members won't have had that benefit, and knowing, you know, how vigorous industry's interest in this is. I mean, they've met with me far more times than I wanted to meet with them. I mean, they're nice people, but this just is not my favorite topic. You know, and I would say the same thing to Joy Nurmi. God bless her. Boy, is she into this topic. She wants to talk about it and talk about it again and check in again. And, you know, I'm happy to find some reasonable middle ground now, but it's before us now. And if there are amendments that seem reasonable, you know, I'm open to those. In that regard, I would like to understand, Mr. Berliner has suggested that people ought to be notified in every event. And my question is, and I'm open to that suggestion, what could be bad about notification, except that what I don't fully understand, I've learned a lot about this, but there's still things I don't understand. I don't really understand the operations of the Tower Committee, and does the public have the opportunity to weigh in with the Tower Committee at any point? Because my concern, and I'm happy to work with Mr. Berliner on, you know, the 2 amendments he suggested or other amendments, if council members want to, you know, put their thumbprint on this and improve it still further. I offered some amendments in the Fed Committee, and in the full council there may be additional amendments. But what doesn't seem to me to make sense, and I'm asking Mitzi Herrera this question, is to notify someone without empowering them to do anything. And again, it's out of my affection and concern for the people who will sit in these seats in the future, that simply notifying residents, but not giving residents the opportunity to do anything, any recourse, any place to take their grievance, is just going to, the issue will land right back here at the county council. The residents will say, what are you doing? You're notifying us of something. We can't do anything about it. Change the law. We want to stop it. If you're telling us it's happening, we don't want it. What do we do? So this notification proposal, which on its face sounds like a good idea, what could a resident do in the case of a limited use? Could the resident write a letter to the Tower Committee? Is there some way for the resident to express his or her potential? Not every resident will care. A lot of residents won't care, but some will, and they will have chagrin. What can they do with that chagrin if we notify them? Ms. Herrera.
Thank you. So the point is, we have spent quite a bit of time. First, let me answer the question about the Tower Committee. The Tower Committee is an open meeting. It is not a public meeting. It's not a public hearing. Those are operated by OZA as part of conditional use. Those require notice, a further timeline, and frankly, there isn't enough time within the compressed timelines that the FCC has to take action that you could add that. But the point of it is, what we are trying to do is to find a process. The Tower Committee right now already engages in where they ask the applicant, have you considered co-location, looking at other poles? So I think that there's an opportunity that we can create. It's a fast track in which there is an explanation that's going to be provided by the applicant. Why did I pick this one? Why didn't I pick these other ones in a relatively confined area? So the idea is we've already made changes in the Tower Committee so that those applications are made public and available on a website. There's a database and there's a mapping. So there may be a notice that's provided You have a short window to file, you can review what's been submitted, and you can file comments on that.
Okay.
And the Tower Committee can review that, and as part of the recommendation, they will incorporate that.
Okay, so what I would suggest, Mr. Berliner, with respect to your notification amendment, is that the notification include it's not easy to explain this topic. So as best as we can, in the plainest possible English, explain exactly what Ms. Herrera just said. The Tower Committee will take up this application on this date. If you want to submit written commentary, you can submit it at this website. You got to give people something to do with the information rather than just giving them the information. So that's my first point.
And I would just add to that, is that we would make that available through the implementing regulations, so that it's very clear on the Tower website exactly what the process is.
Sure.
And it would also spell out where there's sections of federal law that don't allow the county to deny something, that those are set forward. And those would be implementing regulations that we put in place after the ZTA, if the ZTA is adopted.
Okay. Well, I want to commend Mr. Berliner. It was very helpful that he circulated his amendments in advance of this session. That helps council members if they can look at something and get their minds around it, and I'm happy to work with you on that one. I asked some questions in committee, and some of them were responded to and some were not. So if my colleagues will indulge me, I just wanted to go over that. I see that in a very short period of time, Mr. Zients provided a very short answer to my question, which is on page 12 of the memo. Because what this brings to mind for me with respect to the use of the public right-of-way is, how did the current infrastructure ever get put up? How is it that, given the opposition that you would reasonably expect to telephone poles and natural gas lines and sewage being pumped, in front of your yard, how did those things ever occur? Because I do grasp the difference, what Mr. Katz says, that the water utility, the sewer utility, the electric utility are regulated utilities. Rates have to be approved by a public body, and service within the service envelope must be universal, and none of those things are true of wireless communications. I do grasp that difference. Having said that, I also grasp, and this is important, that wireless communication ultimately is going to be an essential mode of communicating, and we're already pretty much there, and it's only going to be more. And I do, there are issues that I get very emotionally invested in, the right of everybody to download super fast data. I'm not emotionally invested in. Mr. Reamer, I think, is. He's talked about, you don't want to stand in the way of the future and all this ringing rhetoric. The future will come, whether we vote against it or not. We can vote against the future, and the future will still be here. And that little town in California and some other examples are just that. Some bodies of local officials are saying, heck no, #resist. I don't want the future to occur. I'm exaggerating, but, the future's still going to come to those towns. There's just going to be additional steps and litigation and preemption and all of that. And in those towns, there will be 5G also. But I would like to understand, to the extent that it's feasible, how is it that the public's objections to ugly telephone wires didn't prevent the installation of ugly telephone wires? How is it that people's legitimate fear about natural gas, which is explosive, a bunch of homes in Massachusetts, I'm pointing to Ms. Florine, who grew up in Massachusetts, blew up recently. How is it that natural gas was ever installed? Now, we benefit from natural gas, we benefit from landlines, and we benefit from cell phones, but trying to put this in this new technological development, which involves the use of the public right-of-way, how is it that these other technological developments and access to important and necessary services ever occurred? That was a question I asked that I would like to understand better. And how do you view this latest technological development in an historical context?
Right-of-ways were first dedicated for public use, as a very general statement. It was first conceived, of course, for roads. And that's all that went in those. The very first case on a subdivision in which a right-of-way was dedicated in Montgomery County, somebody wanted to put a sewer line in it. God forbid. And the issue was whether that was a nuisance to the abutting property owners or within the purpose of that right-of-way to service those abutting properties. And the courts determined that it was in the service of those abutting properties. What has happened over time, particularly with utilities, is the state has a regime, if you will, in which it mandates that what it declares to be a public utilities is allowed in the right-of-way particularly, and that involves the public utility poles. So in that respect, our right-of-way, which is really, we're a creature of the state, our right-of-way is commanded by the state already. So public poles can be there. The county on its own has determined that underground utilities should be franchised and allowed to use in the right-of-way. We do that on our own. Again, the reason for that is we think it is servicing those houses along that right-of-way. So we, by franchise agreement, allow those underground utilities. We have about a dozen separate franchise agreements. 2 of those agreements allow pole attachments for above-ground wireless types of facilities. And really, this is an expansion of that franchise agreements to particularly allow for wireless in our rights-of-way. I hope that's short enough.
Okay, I have a couple more questions and then I'll yield. Am I correct in assuming that, well, so one of the big challenges that we face is that everything one side of the argument says is disputed by the other side of the argument. So we have very well-meaning community leaders who are saying, we've got an alternative and we can live with this, and the alternative calls for greater setbacks or, greater conditional use, and industry says we can't function that way, it won't provide us with the coverage that we need. And then the community leaders say, well, industry's just lying to you, they don't really need this. And, on both sides, each side disputes the facts. Am I correct in believing that although there's an issue of whether the public sector is compensated for use of the public right-of-way, these wireless cell towers are installed at the utility's expense? It costs money to the utility to install every single one of these, and that therefore they are not going to install more of them than the market demands. They're not going to go willy-nilly installing expensive devices that consumers won't ultimately pay for, and therefore we don't know today exactly how many of these cell towers will be installed 3 years from now, 5 years from now, 7 years from now. But what we do know is that not one of them will be installed more than what consumers demand. Is that a fair assumption? If they don't need it, they won't install it. One of the assertions of the community leaders is industry doesn't need as many as they're saying they need. Well, if they don't need them, they won't install them because they cost money.
The successful companies will install them based on need. The unsuccessful companies will go bankrupt. There is a potential that they're wrong, but there's a greater likelihood than not that they will get a return for that pole.
Okay, and then I may have more questions later as the conversation goes on, but I also would like to know about the issue that I raised in committee, the broad issue of enforcement. This has been a big topic with the residents, and there's a big lack of trust. There's lack of trust in the county, and there's lack of trust in the wireless companies, and there's lack of trust in the regulated utilities. And Joy Nurmi, who, I'm very fond of Joy. I really would like to talk to her about something other than small cell towers. We're good friends, and there's many other things we could discuss, but every time she calls me, she wants to talk about small cell towers, so I have to get her off the phone. She told me that my suggestion in committee that as part of the contractual relationship between the county and the wireless company would be required to agree to take the responsibility for removing all the other old and extraneous poles. And I do think this is a real and legitimate issue, that we can't do that for some reason. So what happened to that suggestion of mine? Because the committee agreed to that in concept, and we asked to flesh it out further. And I absolutely do think that if you're going to have this new high-tech device next to an ugly old wooden pole, and all of the carrying capability that used to be attached to the ugly old wooden pole can now be on the new, 21st century device. Somebody's got to be responsible for getting rid of the ugly old wooden pole, and I understand that my constituents have no confidence that that ugly old wooden pole will ever be taken down. How can we address that?
So you really do want me to talk about small
Now.
cells
Well, it's before us now, yeah.
All right.
Not on the weekend when I'm trying to, watch the Redskins.
All right. I'm actually going to turn it over to Diane Jones, but I will tell you that Cliff, help me out here. Thank you. Cliff Royalty, our county attorney, said that you cannot compel a company to enter into a contract. And so Jeff and Diane Jones worked very closely together to come up with a different solution, and I'll let Diane explain it.
Thank you. Diane Schwartz-Jones with DPS. Mr. Leventhal, in response to your question, the language we agreed upon would actually require that the equipment that is on a pole onto the replacement pole must be moved within a certain period of time. And based on what we've seen historically, one of the reasons that there's double polling is because the equipment sort of lags behind, and we work with PEPCO, and actually my staff meets regularly with PEPCO, and they have reduced the list of double polling, but they can't always get the owners of equipment to move the equipment on the schedule that they want them to. So now, what this language that is before you in your packet would have would be a requirement that the equipment must be moved within a certain period, 60 days following the erection of the replacement pole. What this does is it gives the Department of Permitting Services the ability to issue citations, notices of violations, not just to the permittee, which would be PEPCO for the installation of the poles, but to the people who have equipment, the companies that have equipment on the old poles and who have failed to relocate the equipment to the new poles. And then PEPCO would really have no reason not to removing those poles. So this will be a very helpful tool in our toolbox, if you will. It is, we're not reluctant if we have a recalcitrant party, even with WSSC, for example, who just won't do what we need them to do as it affects the right-of-way. I can think of one in Bethesda where we issued citations, literally, after not getting compliance with letters and notices of violation. We issued citations on a daily basis to this particular contractor to the tune of a fair bit of money, and finally we're able to get that contractor into compliance. So this would give us a tool that we didn't have previously that we think would be helpful to accomplish what it is that we're all trying to accomplish.
And you'll find that text at the bottom of Circle 9, lines 139 through 144. It is in the committee endorsed text, because we thought you endorsed the concept and we wrote it out.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so the last thing I would say is I would appeal to my colleagues to do as Mr. Berliner has done, that I'm really open to other amendments and other modifications, but it would be helpful if we had a couple days to think about them and understand their implications and whether they are delaying the inevitable. Some of the amendments that we haven't seen yet, but that I've heard might be proposed, either fairly clearly deal with environmental effects, which we explicitly may not do, or would probably not provide enough coverage to provide adequate wireless service, which in the long run or the short run we will clearly be preempted from doing. And in fact, federal law says that you may not absolutely block these things. We've got zoning authority, but we can't prohibit them all together, as that little town in California that was brought to my attention did do. And I won't vote for anything that I think that's evidently preempted by federal law and that is just opening up the county to lengthy litigation and expense. We've got to remember litigation's expensive. I thank my colleagues, and I yield the microphone.
Thank you, Mr. Leventhal. Mr. Rice. Oh, wait, sorry. Quite slightly out of order. Mr. Berliner wanted to respond in there.
Thank you, Council President. Thank you, Mr. Leventhal, for raising that issue. And I also would cite you to the Tower Committee legislation, which requires the land-owning agency must receive and evaluate public input as part of the agency's decision process. So I presume from that language that if a letter, in fact, is sent protesting on whatever basis, that this is the means by which that protest would be taken into account and responded to or otherwise. So it is important, but this whole exercise has also led me to look at the Tower Committee legislation and ask myself, I mean, I don't know about you guys, but I didn't know the Tower Committee before all of this, and I don't know how it operates and whether or not it is appropriate under circumstances today for it to operate the same way it has. So I've asked Mr. Zions to look at this and advise us, as to whether or not there are any additional modifications to the legislation creating the Tower Committee in order to make sure that our public has all the due process rights that we think are appropriate, that residents, for example, perhaps should sit perhaps as observers to the Tower Committee if they don't have other input that they could make, but somehow make this process that is neither fish nor fowl, because it's not a adjudicatory body, it's an advisory board, but it's an advisory board that, as I understand it, we take their advice seriously.
They are invited to observe it. Even when they've had conference calls, they have been provided that information. The agenda is published a week in advance. So, yes.
Do understand that, but I don't believe that the legislation that created it, for example, created resident advisors or some formal role for them to be observers from neighborhoods that have felt like, we don't know anything about this. So my goal, in part, to the extent to which we decide to move forward with this legislation, is to try and address what the community is feeling like, oh my goodness, we're not being respected here, okay? And I understand your work and Ms. Nurmi's work and all the meetings that have taken place. And let me tell you, there's a reason why all hell breaks loose at all those meetings, right? This is something that has our community's underwear up in a bunch, okay? That is what is true. It's a technical term, okay? And people are really nervous about it. So from my perspective, it is important that we bend over backwards in order to see what more we can do to accommodate their legitimate concerns. So Mr. Leventhal made reference to a part of my amendment, which was with respect to notice. The other part of my amendment is addressing the limited use, which really is sort of unlimited use, but is to say the same standards actually would be applicable under the conditional uses, which is the default should be 60 feet. And if 60 feet can't be met, then the burden of proof has to be on the carrier to demonstrate why 60 feet can't be addressed, can't be met, and that 50 foot can't be met, that 40 foot can't be met. If they're coming in at 30 feet, for them to have the affirmative obligation and the burden of proof to demonstrate that to the satisfaction of the Tower Committee. So that's the two pieces, colleagues, of the amendment that I shared with you by email, and I have copies here if you didn't get it, that at the appropriate time we will discuss. Ms. Nurmi?
The executive supports the amendment that you wrote up.
So part of, again, what I think is taking place in our larger community is they don't trust the FCC, they don't trust the cell companies, they don't trust government, they are not trusting. And part of the dynamic is what happens if we don't act? So Mr. Katz has said, can't we take more time? And part of what people like me need to understand, what our public needs to understand, is what are the consequences if we don't act now and wait till February, let's say, or whatever the date is that Mr. Katz suggested, for all those new council members? I promise you, I'd like nothing better than to leave as a gift for the District 1 council member this issue. It would be so nice to leave this to somebody else to handle. But what are the consequences if, in the judgment of Mr. Zions, you're our attorney, and if other attorneys care to speak, I'm sorry that our county attorneys are not here. I actually thought they should be here for this purpose.
Again, with risks in litigation, we tend to like to do this in closed session. But I can lay out the potential landmines that are out there. The first and foremost is we have about 120 pending applications right now.
And our current setback is what?
Excuse me?
Our current setback law is what?
Is 300 feet.
300 feet. So under 300 feet, presumably.
For new towers, right?
For a new tower, for a new tower.
And all of these would be new towers under our definition of new towers. And the issue would be whether that is presumptively a denial of service. Are there sufficient areas with 300-foot setbacks to provide coverage under the spectrums in use and the services delivered? That issue exists today under the current federal law. The federal law itself says that a jurisdiction may not prohibit or effectively prohibit service. Now, we've been very successful in the Fourth Circuit to have that provision read where there are gaps in service, that you had to be filling in a gap in service or have a demonstrated gap that needed filling that you deny and that would be a denial of service. Under the new FCC ruling, if that prevails, that denial of service is enhanced or augmented service in an area. So certainly under the new rules, which we will challenge, we are more likely than not for our existing code to be in violation of the prohibition of service rules. Now, we will fight that. We have the arguments in the existing Fourth Circuit opinions that we could use, but there is some strong likelihood that we would not prevail.
And so, without prejudicing our county's rights, should we, if Mr. Katz prevails, when we don't want to prejudice our county's legal position, but the argument would be made that if we do not move forward now, if we wait till February, that's effectively a moratorium on service going forward, and therefore that the applications that would have been filed and challenged would be able to be adopted as filed?
We do not have a legal moratorium on processing these. We would have to process them. We would have to process them under current law. Under current law, there is no doubt that we would deny them because they do not meet the setback
Thank you.
standards.
Moratorium was the wrong word.
And therefore, it becomes an effective denial by the denial of all the applications. I mean, I'm projecting a lot of things in this. I could certainly be wrong, but I certainly see that as a risk to non-going forward.
The Council President has given voice to this previously, that if we, in the view of some, particularly in the legal community, that if we don't act now, we run the risk of giving over to the very companies people want us to fight the ultimate say as to where these towers are placed, including 30 feet as opposed to 60 feet.
And there have been cases in Virginia where antennas were denied, where the court just said, nope, it's a denial of service, it's approved as submitted. So you had no opportunity to then tweak it one way or the other, or to move it, or to do anything. I mean, this ZTA applies what the council thinks the rules should be going forward without some of that risk. By the way, the executive has promoted the idea that there's a high risk of state preemption as well. And one of the things about state preemption is being a creature of the state that would be more profound than federal preemption. With federal preemption, if there's a taking, we can argue we have a taking claim against the federal government. We would not have that type of claim against a state preemption. And I've never served in the state legislature. I don't know I don't know the odds of going forward, but it was certainly introduced last year. The industry has certainly put forward a particularly virulent preemption draft. But if that does go forward, and it is more likely to go forward without our action than with our action, if it goes forward, you have nothing to say.
I'll defer to my former state delegates, so the view with respect to that, but even under Mr. Katz's proposal, he's contemplating something in February, which would be well before the end of the session, and I can't imagine that we wouldn't be in a position to act before then if necessary. But
So I just on that, just on the calendar, the timing of that, typically the deadline for filing legislation runs at about President's Day weekend. So if you had a process in which you were looking at something in January, you made changes, you'd have to have another public hearing, you'd have several days, you'd have a work session, you'd have a council session. The likelihood that you could get all that done before the filing deadline.
I'm not worried about the filing deadline. I'm worried about action.
Right,
So
but
bills could be introduced, bills were introduced last time, and then they were shelved. Okay, so it isn't, the filing deadline does not dictate this council's consideration, in my judgment, okay? As long as we got our work done before the bill was finally acted upon. And this would not be a bill that would be acted upon early in a session, in my judgment. But we've got two other state delegates here, so I just personally don't see that as the ultimate driver. I do see the question of what can we gain by postponing? And that isn't clear to me either. And I say that with all due respect. I don't know what we would learn. And so part of that, Mr. Zients, is do we feel like there is anything more to be learned in this process? Are other jurisdictions considering other setbacks? Are other jurisdictions considering other approaches to this that we would benefit from knowing as opposed to being at the front end of this process? And so how would that alter the consideration of this issue in your judgment, and others, please speak up?
Every jurisdiction is subject to their own geography, and people get solutions that fit them. And one of the things people have pointed us to is Ocean City, where they basically allowed cell towers in the rights of ways, except in the single-family residential areas where I think council members tend to live of Ocean City. That is, they prohibited in the residential streets of the single-family zoned area. Now, that's interesting because if you look at the geography of Ocean City, most of it is on, along the major corridors, and these areas of housing enclaves can, for the most part, be served from immediately outside those areas. And by the way, you have water on one side too, but you can serve these areas because of the geography that way. So they're
not effectively denying service.
It's not right. It's not effectively denying service. And by the way, they're looking back at their standards now that they have some experience with the cell towers. Other places to look at putting them in some of the residential areas as well if they need be. I think Gaithersburg is always an interesting look, Mr. Katz. I've heard of it. Gaithersburg allows by franchise agreements antennas on Pepco poles in their rights of way under particular standards, and they have a ton of design standards, and it's about 120 pages of regulations. But the core of their zoning, by the way, they
do we have design standards? I'm just curious.
Oh, we do.
We have design standards.
To the extent we say same color, same type of design, and we also allow the hearing examiner, when it's a conditional use, more discretion to describe something that would be conforming. But one of the things Gaithersburg does is to prohibit in residential right-of-ways cell towers in those roads. What they allow is antennas on single-family houses. So it says, yes, we don't want them in our right-of-way, but cell companies feel free to negotiate with our homeowners for them to put it in their attic. And that way, it keeps a private use on private property. That it hasn't resulted in any cell towers yet, but it is a completely different approach.
And is it an approach that the county looked at, Ms. Nurmi? And if so, I mean, what's the pros and cons of that approach? Because, we're now being asked to rule on something very specific that does not include what Gaithersburg did. So why is is your model better than the Gaithersburg model?
Oh, I can't say that it's better than the Gaithersburg model. It's different, but when residents told us they wanted greater setbacks, we increased the setbacks, and so allowing them to put it on their homes would not be greater setbacks at all. So we were taking their input into account, and we increased the setbacks in the residential areas. They're 10 feet in the commercial areas, and so in the residential areas, we heard what they said, we increased the setbacks, and so it really didn't occur to us to give them the right to put cell towers on their house because they said they wanted greater setbacks.
We also, as a response to the June 2017 meeting, there was a request that we also expand the prohibition so that they could not be placed on townhouses, and that was added. I also would add that in the city of Baltimore, they allow, city of Baltimore owns its utility poles, and so they allow the placement of those antennas on the utility poles, and there is no setback requirement to use those poles.
No setback at all in Baltimore.
Correct. So if the pole is there, whatever goes on, it uses the pole that's existing.
Including in residential neighborhoods, sorry.
Yes, yes.
I think we got that.
And then,
good that you reinforced it.
and then I just want to point out on the design standards that we drafted those standards. As part of the FCC rules, you have to have those things in place and in writing. But what we've also is that where the county owns the streetlights, we have more say in the design of them. The FCC, that is a challenge. The FCC is suggesting that the public right-of-way also includes anything that the county government installed in the right-of-way. And so that in addition to the right to use the right-of-way, you should also have the right to use all the county property installed in the right-of-way. But by having the ZTA in place, it gives us the ability to be at the table in the design of what these things will actually look like. We have meetings that are scheduled right now to try to work out some of the technical features of those, and we intend to go forward and present some designs to the public so that they can have input into what the county has approved. And that's similar to the way that the county for streetlights right now, we have about 6 different types of designs and specs that are available.
And what percent of the poles that are at issue are county streetlights?
There's probably about 40,000 out of 70 that are county streetlights.
So 4/7 of the 40,000 out of
Actually,
70,000?
I'm sorry, I misspoke on that. There's 20,000 of them that are the county streetlights.
Out of 80,000?
Out of 70.
Okay, so that 2/7 of the poles will be subject to our design criteria?
Yes, however, it's hard to look at it as an average because in areas where you have underground utilities, the primary thing that you would use is the county streetlight. So in more than half, geographically, it's probably by land mass, I'd say that it's 60% of the county has underground utilities. So the county poles are the primary piece of pre-existing pole that you would use in those areas. And then it's also possible for the county to be working and looking at the design standards. Part of just to say it for quickly, the industry is developing various antennas and equipment, and part of what they're looking to figure out is, in the place that I want to go to, what's the size and dimension requirements? So the fact that Montgomery County has something means that they're going to go to the equipment fabricators and say, you've got to get something that meets these standards. So by being at the table now, we have the ability to drive those discussions. At some point, they're going to have a catalog, and they're going to try to come in and say, well, this is what we've got, because we can't keep manufacturing different things where we go. But what we also would say is another benefit of passing is that other jurisdictions in Maryland have come and they are waiting to see what Montgomery County is doing and looking to adopt the same thing. Prince George's County, Gaithersburg's had that conversation. We're having that with other ones. So what we're also hoping is that the standards are what Montgomery County had done, and similar to in other legislation where when the state comes in later and there's a little true-up, what we've done can be the standard.
So my final question goes to a statement that was repeated during the public hearing several times by a Verizon president that basically said, you don't need to have every 60 feet, you don't need to have every 30 feet, you can have it be 1,000 feet. The technology is changing, it's not necessary for you to do this to your residents. How do people like my colleagues and I take that in and know what to do with it? And so, your thoughts?
So and this is one of the FAQs that we did try to address this. You're looking at different forms of wireless service. So just like you have in your house, you have Wi-Fi that's wireless, but that's different from your cellular service. You right now most likely have a fiber that goes from your street and into your house and provides you some form of cable modem service for internet. Fixed wireless is a method of, instead of having that fiber from the pole into the house, that has potentially the ability to travel longer. It does depend on terrain, and it does depend on tree coverage. And so those signals can travel farther. If you're talking about the phone that you carry with you and you go outside of your house, or sometimes you make calls on it inside your house, when it's not connected to Wi-Fi, it is using a cellular signal. That signal does not travel as far. So both things are true. Some signals you can use the technology, and it gets best to think of as 5G is a tool. There is some spectrum, but what it really is all about is, how do I get a gigabit wirelessly to a mobile device? And there are many different ways to get there. And that's what it's doing. And from the FCC's perspective, because this has also come up in the hearings, we cannot say, well, you could get it using a fiber to the house, so you don't need to have it wirelessly, or you could get it from one carrier, so you don't have to have it. The court challenge will come because you will have one carrier who will say, I have this mode of doing it, this is where I'm at, do your rules prohibit me from providing service? And the ZTA is drafted to avoid those and to withstand those challenges.
So even, as you say, if there's another technology that could provide similar results, if we deny a company that requires 30-foot, 40-foot, 60-foot setbacks in order to work, then you believe our county would be vulnerable on potentially vulnerable on a preemption grounds.
Yes, and I think that you should also, if you just think of it the way that if you come to a judge, we've spent 2 years on this. It's somewhat complicated.
Yeah.
When you go to a federal judge and they've got law clerks, they're not going to sit there and read a primer about a lot of this stuff either. And we've been involved in 3 of these court challenges. So if you come to a judge and you say, well, there's all these poles that are out there and the county's made 90% of them available. Does that have the effect of prohibiting services? And I can show you that in the 10% that we didn't, there was an alternative. I feel good about taking on that case. If we come and we say that, well, of all the poles, we've only made half or a third available, and then you have a case, the odds start to drop. And the likelihood that a judge looks at that and says, but wait, you said you can't use 60+% of the poles, and then you've got challenges of who's already on there, and there's other equipment and there's other things, then I don't feel so good. So that's partly why when we picked these standards, we did site visits, we did tests, we did analysis, because we wanted to find it in a managed way, but we wanted to withstand and I feel good about what we have submitted, that I'd take my chances. I'm not the county attorney, I'm not the one paying for the litigation. But if you just ask me, I feel good that we tried to make sure that we did not prohibit service, but the big thing is that we can retain the public hearing process in the zoning, in the places where it was most likely to be the difficult to blend into the neighborhood.
Well, let me just say, as again, one who represents the quote limited use areas, they're not happy. Okay, so the down county that Mr. Hucker and I and Bethesda communities and the areas that are being targeted the most for this technology are people that are very nervous with respect to this, which is why I was prompted to offer the amendments that I've offered, because they don't feel like their needs have been adequately addressed to date. So just know that while there's a lot of conversation about the areas that need new poles and blah, 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 I'm sorry, there is no part of our county where this is targeted for that's feeling real comfortable.
So the only piece I would add on that is one interesting thing that came up in the analysis that the mapping that the park and planning did is that by the county establishing that there is, in the areas where you have the wooden poles, there is a minimum of 30 feet. There is no conditional use to allow something shorter, some shorter distance to that. And it was very surprising to me that there are actually a significant number of poles that do not meet that. And so roughly, in some of the ones that we did, there were 40% of the poles that you cannot use because of that, and we did not allow that in part to kind of address that.
Understood. I thank my colleagues for indulging.
Thank you. That was a helpful dialogue. Mr. Rice.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. President. This has been some really good discussion that I think has been incredibly helpful in trying to help us to get to a compromise. And I say that because as part of the public hearing testimony, I was referred to by one of the speakers who said that Councilmember Rice had said that he felt confident we would be able to get to a compromise. I believe that that's there just as we did for our commercial CTA, that we can find a compromise here with residential as well. I do want to start off by saying that I support Councilmember Berliner's amendments. I think that they're very well intentioned and will certainly get us more confidence from the community. I will just say that I've heard from other members of the community who are small business owners who aren't small business owners in commercial space, but in residential homes, who are very concerned about signal service, who are waiting for this service to come that's going to give them options. And I'll tell you something that's very interesting about how technology has changed our society. My father does not have a home telephone. He has his mobile phone. He doesn't have internet service. He uses his mobile phone to do everything. He pays his bills on his mobile phone, right? This is something that I want to make sure people understand is part of the reason why the industry is moving in this direction. It's not just about the person watching the kitten videos. It's very true. There are people who do it for that, but there are other people out there who are high data consumption users, people who are app designers. It was one of the people that I talked to last night at an economic development forum, a young man who's an app designer, and he's like, yeah, I just can't get enough power in my computer to do all the things that I need to do. Entrepreneurial spirit Somebody who's out there who's is on the cusp of doing all these great things and is going to have the next Waze app or whatever it is that we're going to all download and utilize. And they're depending on the industry moving in this direction. So I want to just put that out there also, because as we talk about folks who are very concerned, and we heard it in the public hearing from some of those folks too, who are talking about the other side. So I want to make sure that we have that balanced view that's here. Now that being said, I agree with the comments about the Tower Committee. There's certainly, it's kind of a mystery out there to folks. Folks don't know and understand it, so the better that we can do about ensuring that there is, and again, I understand what it does and what it is right now. If we need to revamp that, let's look at what something like that would look like to ensure that we have input from everyone to get us the best kind of procedures and process that we want, similar to all the other commissions and boards that we have out there. And yes, I know Councilmember Leventhal's ears are probably pricking up when we talk about another commission, but at least it already exists, Councilmember Leventhal, so you don't have to get nervous about creating another one. But the other piece of this has been a conversation and a criticism about enforcement. And so while I know, and we've been told by council staff and others, that we can't incorporate enforcement into this as an amendment because it is a ZTA. And I certainly understand that. I just want to publicly state, and I've had this conversation with some of my colleagues, that I am ready and willing at any point to introduce, in partnership with some of the other folks, a bill that deals strictly with the expansion of enforcement enabling opportunities for our department so that we can address that. So that's there. So basically what I'm saying is that I've seen the amendments that have been presented to us in advance. I support them. I think that they make sense. I think that we need to move forward with a companion piece of legislation. It won't move at the same speed because if it's introduced now, it won't get passed for a while, but certainly will still be passed in terms of the enforcement aspect. But I also don't believe that we need to delay this process. If we have folks who understand and are identifying the issues that are before us, let us address the issues and make this a good bill. Let's make it one in which we don't incentivize folks to say, well, Montgomery County, the largest jurisdiction in the state of Maryland, hasn't acted, and so therefore, is that indicative of something? And I'm not saying it is. It's all going to be judgmental. I mean, Councilmember Hucker and I served in Annapolis. He served there longer than I did. But I can tell you that we both have the same experience in that folks' motivations are always different. It always depends in terms of what it is that they're going to do and what they're going to decide to do. I will say that if we have legislation that's passed, and Councilmember Hucker, I don't want to speak for him, but we just had this conversation and both agree, if we do pass legislation, we will likely be grandfathered, and so it will make it easier for us to then not have to worry about what the state does in terms of its moving forward. So while it doesn't have to be, so a timeline process would be before the General Assembly session ends. My point would be that nothing changes between now and March, so we don't need to wait. Let's send a signal and say that, yes, we're able to figure this out. We're able to come up with a great compromise, and we can be a model. I mean, look, it's not as if Montgomery County doesn't lead in everything else in the state anyway. It's what we do, right? It is. I mean, when I look, I serve on the Chesapeake Bay Water Resource Policy Committee, our WIP, we're in front on all of the issues. We never backed down and said, sorry, this one is too tough, we're going to punt. We're able to figure this out. There's a reason why we have very, very smart people that live here, very, very smart people that work here. We're able to get it done. And we have an engaged community that cares and makes sure that everybody is well represented and that their issues are represented. We have the perfect storm here. So if we have the perfect storm, let's actually make it work for us and come up with some good legislation. So I'm anxious to hear from my colleagues about some of the other amendments. that they have and how we can best roll those into the existing ZTA. But, Mr. President, I just want to thank you also for your leadership and really trying to get us to a place where I think we'll have something that actually balances the needs of all residents in our community. So thank you.
I can hear you now. I appreciate your comments, right on the money. Mr. Elrich.
So I have a bunch of questions. Unfortunately, they're not repetitive, I don't think. First thing I want to say, I went on Verizon's site because they talk a lot about Sacramento. I looked at Sacramento. Sacramento, the model, has 200 cell towers for the entire city, and what they talk about is the importance of providing the cell towers in places with high density. And so if you look at the map of the distribution of cell towers, there's whole parts of Sacramento that have little or no cell towers. There is no ubiquity in cell towers everywhere. Cell towers seem to be tied to the commercial areas in Sacramento, not to the residential neighborhoods. And if you read the same stuff on the Verizon site, they talk about how the system is going to be a combination of 4G LTE plus 5G. It's not that 5G is replacing 4G, it's a combination of these things. And they go on to say that the 5G is best suited for urban environments with density, and then they don't talk about the suburbs. They don't talk about the neighborhoods, which gets to something that I've always wondered about, is why are we messing with Fife and other places that can be served with 4G, and instead talking about 5G out there? Because by Verizon Zone, apparently the way they describe what this is best for, it's not best for suburbs. It's not needed. It's not a high-density thing. And they seem to be happy with Sacramento, which kind of made me wonder why we aren't happy with the first bill we passed, which dealt with the high-density commercial areas, because it doesn't seem all that much different than what their favorite model city in America did. And if they're not fussing about this and saying we have to preempt Sacramento, then I don't understand why we have to do something that's a whole lot different than what they put out there. And so just at a fundamental level, I've never been satisfied in this discussion is the push to go out to areas where it seems there's not the density of use to justify it. But then I wonder about some of the things they talk about, because I think some people said that you're not going to extend the towers where there's no demand. Well, how does that work with cars that would require constant connections if they're going to be self-driving cars? I mean, I almost feel like, if this is going to be something where it has to be ubiquitous, why isn't it required to be ubiquitous? Which I don't really want to do, but it seems if you're arguing this is necessary for self-driving cars, the economics of this indicate that it'll only be in places where there's demand for it. So I keep feeling like I hear arguments that are disconnected from each other, and that's why I'm having a hard time understanding what the right thing to do on this thing is. And Nancy's right, I'm an early adopter. The only reason I don't have the iPhone, Max X, is because I can't get there at time in the morning before they sell the darn things and they won't hold them. So that accounts for my technology lag at this point. But I had some other questions about this. And so first is, if you go with the 60-foot that has been suggested, it seems to me that almost everything fails the 60. If you're in the R60 and R90 zone, the setbacks are, what are they, 25 and 35 feet respectively, and that gets me to the right-of-way, and maybe 10 feet beyond that's the street if there actually is a right-of-way. So almost nothing's going to be 60 feet away from a house, unless there are no houses on the other side of the street and only houses on one side of the street. So if there are houses on both sides of the street, how do you ever achieve the 60 foot? And so isn't it default that you're going to get towers at 30 or 35 feet?
There may be some areas where it doesn't, where that is true, in which case it would allow at least a 30-foot setback. And again, remember, we're trying not to, in this ZTA, create more poles in the right-of-way. It would be a replacement pole where the existing pole exists. But yes, there are some cases where that, where a 60-foot may result in what will be perceived as a denial of service.
Okay. Of the apps you talked about being in process now, are they all small cell apps?
Yeah, those are the, so far as I know, I'm getting that from Ms. Herrera, but as far as I know, those were the small cell applications. There are some, there's at least one major tower application that's in now.
If a person, I mean, there is no 5G now. So if I was putting in something to fill a void, it would be 4G. For the moment, it would be.
One of the things I don't talk about in this is 4G or 5G. It is the provisions of wireless technology, wireless communication. I don't know the generation.
No, I agree, but my point is only that we've been told the distances of the broadcast are shorter for 5G than they are for 4G, which is why they can't be 2,000 feet apart. They have to be much closer to the target.
But it's also for that shorter distance is what's called DAS, distributed antenna networks, which also require shorter distances. But that's why none of this talks about technology. It talks about a wireless facility and setbacks.
But if a company does both 4G with towers and they have DSs and everything else, is it a denial of service if you say, since you have the towers and you use the towers, that in this area it's more appropriate to use a tower than to use the small cell?
Well, number one, we always try to co-locate. We don't like more towers than we need to have. Right. We want to minimize that. The other thing I suspect that that some people have done is allowed taller towers. Remember, these are very short. Mm-hmm. The FCC has been talking about things that are 50-foot tall. The state preemption bill is 50-foot tall. Those would really be obtrusive in an area where the height of the house is 25, 30 feet. So it's been careful on regulating on that basis.
So what if a company comes in and their design of poles is different than pole designs that somebody else might use? Suppose somebody's using poles where they've actually internalized the equipment inside the pole itself, and somebody else says, well, my poles, we don't do that. We have the ugly, hideous boxes next to the pole.
Well, we're commanding the equipment at the base of the pole in this as part of the design. That is one of the requirements in here. So we expect that that equipment box to be at the base of those.
At the base or in the base? That's different.
I think it's in the base. I think it's part of the base.
Yeah, it is part of the base in the pole, but to that point about those designs is that where they are our streetlights, we have the ability as the proprietary owner to have more say about that. You can't get the equipment inside the wooden pole. So
No kidding,
it
yeah.
mostly applies to where you've got freestanding streetlights, and we have the ability to do that. I just wanted to point out on the point of where you said about the denial of service, the FCC has teed up that issue, and they have specifically in their last order, I don't believe that the FCC, they're trying to sit there as though they're a court. Some circuits were in our favor, some circuits are not, and they're sort of suggesting, well, we want to deal with the ones that supported local governments. I don't know that they have that's going to withstand their ability to do it. However, they are, as the expert agency, saying that when you look at what services, it should include these different forms, and they have clearly teed that up. However, I think that by the county taking action and working on it, there's a lot of things to suggest that the industry is able to offer those services at lower elevation, much lower than 50 feet. And these things work in concert. So I think that it sets us up in a better position to be able to say that we have actually provided a way forward that allows that technology to work, and that you don't need to have that much more height. And just to follow up on Councilmember Rice's, just for the moment on that, you also have neighborhoods where, even though the county has Verizon, Fios, and Comcast, you have some neighborhoods in which you have HOAs, in which they didn't want somebody else digging up the yard. Or you have an apartment building owner who only picked one. So by being able to offer a wireless service, so Verizon may have, here's a wireless alternative to Fios, and then here's a cellular Verizon service that's able to offer. And that means that potentially, as we have a lot more home-based businesses, and those businesses have a lot more technological needs, that people actually have more ability to get competition, and the HOAs get the benefit that they have less fiber and digging up in the yard.
So can you compel only one light? Can you, if a company says they want to put in they want on their own pole, they don't want to co-locate, can you compel co-location? And can you compel the owner of the tower or whatever the antenna structure is to co-locate somebody else's antenna, so all these things are compacted?
As if the county is operating as the utility pole owner, our ability to say about which poles you can use if there's an alternative, our ability to potentially say, okay, we have some equipment on there and we'd like this second company X to come in and also put their equipment on there. There may be technical reasons of why you can have only so many antennas together, but I think you're in a better position than is the county as the regulator in the right-of-way. I think that that would be a tougher argument to make.
But we've been successful at getting co-location. And the design specs in this ETA allow for 3 antennas at every location. There are 4 national providers right now. It's unknown if everybody wants to be here too. So we are encouraging co-location.
So you're saying a person can't say, I don't want to co-locate, I want my own tower?
Again, if we're dealing with our poles and our right-of-way, we could say no, if there's another alternative to go to.
If it's not, and they can't put their own stuff in our right-of-way?
That's correct.
But I would also point out that you can have co-location by the same company. As you pointed out, 4G is not going to go away. So you'll have 4G, you'll have 5G, you can have other things. So you may have, it's not 3 companies co-locating on there, but it is one company that's co-located 3 types of equipment as well. And the point, again, of using and creating a process where there is limited use, particularly for those poles that are taller than 22 feet, is that the county has been successful in 90% of our current applications for macro cells were co-location sites. And the point of doing it is that we, and somebody asked me today, we don't have a process to allow new poles to be placed in a lot of these areas, because the purpose is that we've already got a lot of street furniture out there, and we want to leverage and use that and have a process that drives people to it.
If I may, to your point though, Councilmember Elrich, if you're putting it on, the reason the discussion is focusing on a pole or a light pole is because those are things that there is a right to have in the right-of-way. If you're talking about somebody coming in de novo to put in a tower in the right-of-way, you can't just do that. That would require, first of all, it would require a franchise agreement in order to do something like that, and the county council holds the ultimate control on that.
What happens if your light poles aren't close enough to provide adequate service. If they say that your poles are too far apart for us to provide service, if you don't let me put in a pole, you're denying me service.
Having spent much more time looking at these polls than I ever thought I would, a lot of these polls are 150 feet apart. I think that is very unlikely, having looked at multiple different neighborhoods. I have yet to find one where you couldn't find some alternative. I do want to point out, though, on the point about coming in, yes, you would have to have underlying franchise. However, the FCC order, to me, seems to suggest that if you're coming in and putting in a new pole for a small cell, which is 28 cubic feet of equipment and less than 50 feet, that you should have a right to do that. And by the county having a process where we've said, well, you can come in and do it, but you've got to do it in a place where you're replacing something that exists, seems like a good legally defensible way to say that we're not adding to the infrastructure, we're not prohibiting you from providing service, but we're also not just adding more poles.
I'll just say, I drove through some neighborhoods because I was curious about the pole question, and I saw neighborhoods where poles were nowhere close to 150 feet apart, where they were pretty sparsely distributed through neighborhoods. I won't say all neighborhoods, but there are places where they seem more at corners than they seemed any place else, and there was a lot of distance between the poles. So perhaps there's no uniform. I didn't take my ruler out and measure it. I also don't have the iPhone app for pointing at something and getting the distance yet. Do you have that?
5G app.
Yep, it does exist. Never mind. Yeah, I will get that from Mr. Hucker later. So I'll just say my biggest issue with this is probably not unlike Mr. Katz's issue with this, which is I think most people in the community have perceived this as a fight among a couple of really, really indignant neighborhoods where they feel they're being imposed on. And I recognize that you've had a bunch of meetings, but I think a lot of people have no idea what we're about to do and no idea whether you're talking about, as some people say, thousands of poles in the community or, like Sacramento, a couple hundred poles. And I'll take bets that it's not a couple of hundred poles because Jeff's already got apps for 120 sitting there. And I don't think anybody's laid out, none of the companies have laid out where they plan to go here. You know, what are they going to do? And so I think a lot of residents, from near as I can tell from talking to people, don't have a clue about what we're about to do. And that worries me because I think when things start popping up, people will say, and why is this happening and why didn't we know about it? And they're going to be really upset. And it may not be over health reasons. They're allowed to be upset for health reasons, but nobody can discuss that. But they may be upset just because they're bothered by the presence of these new poles and the way they look. And I'm trying to picture what 28 cubic feet looks like in a pole because I'm picturing, 7 by 2 by 2 with round corners. That's not exactly a nice, slimly designed pole. I mean, yeah.
Circle 29, we put in some examples of
a 28-foot pole, of a pole with 28.
No, you were asking about the
Yeah.
equipment box.
Yeah.
And I believe the limit that we allow is 20 cubic feet, not 29.
It's okay.
So if you look on Circle 29, it's that 3 carrier box on the bottom of a pole that would be allowed. And that would be 26 by 26 by 48.
So 2 feet, 2 feet, 4 feet.
Right.
It's not a very nice looking box in black and white.
Remember, I'm from New Jersey. I can't make that determination.
But that is the point of actually engaging in the design meetings now and looking to see what are the best things, what are the possibilities, engaging with equipment manufacturers. We are at the cusp of which these things are being designed now, so being at the table gives us the ability to help drive that conversation.
I guess I'm kind of inclined to think we could do something before the next legislative session. I would agree with Mr. Rice and Mr. Katz on that. I think this may well be solvable, but I'd certainly, I'll use your words, Sidney, charrette. It's hard to say it. I want to say it the other way. But yeah, we could, you could probably do some charrettes and actually put people to the table and make them draw out and show people what this is going to look like in a much more down-to-earth way inside their neighborhoods. And then, you know, I'd be more happy with this if I didn't think we were going to spring this as an element of surprise on a lot of people. I think if, you know, people might say, I really like the service, or I like the idea of the speed. And, you know, there are certainly people out there who want that. I will say that, you know, T-Mobile anyway does 1 gigabit service right now. So if that's the standard you're trying to achieve, it's already been done with 4G LTE. I recognize this is beyond that, but I can actually send the signal from my iPhone to my TV with no stuttering and no latency. So I feel pretty good about the service I have right now. Everybody else may not feel the same way. We had people testify they weren't very happy with their service. But anyway, those are my questions for now.
Thank you, Mr. Elrich. Mr. Hucker.
Thank you, Council President. I appreciate all your comments about the improvements that have already been made to this bill and gotten us this far, and I appreciate all your work in this area, and especially your defense of local prerogative. That's very important to me, as I know it is to everyone here. And I'm also glad to hear you realize we're not yet finished. I don't think this is yet optimal, and I agree we're presented with a lousy situation where it's not of our creation, but agree we should have our own ordinance and maximize the chances we can affect our own destiny in this area. And in that spirit, I believe it's our obligation to make this as good as possible and as responsive to our constituents within the guardrails that have been set out. And unlike Mr. Leventhal, I'm catching up on this issue. I'm not on the Fed committee. I've only had the opportunity to talk to the administration about it late last week, learning this complicated issue as fast as I can. And I've asked one thing for the maps. We talked about showing which poles would be eligible for towers within, if the setback were 40 or 45 feet. I'd still love to see those. Do you guys have any idea when those might be available?
The 60-foot and the 45 setback is available now.
45 is available? Okay, great. I haven't seen that, but I look forward to it.
It's the same link. It's in the one that's in the council packet.
Terrific. Thank you. I absolutely agree with Mr. Elrich's comment that despite the full hearings we've had, I think a small percentage of the folks in this county are paying attention, certainly to the details of this at this point. Having 300 people in here is still a very small fraction of a county of 1 million people, and this is a new area, and I think the concern is only going to grow as deployment continues. So I feel like we have a special responsibility to try to be as responsive as we can. In terms of the window for action, I'm not convinced there's only upsides to being an early adopter among the large counties. I understand the argument that they're waiting to see what we should do. They, I'm sure, will benefit from all your hard work in this area and all the meetings you've sat through. I would like to see us in alignment with some other large counties that are in the position now of watching what we do and working hand in glove with our state delegation. From talking to a lot of our state legislators, it doesn't feel like we're in that position, but they're our safeguard against preemption. And as long as we pass legislation before the state assembly does, and in any case their enactment date was going to be after the assembly, I don't see how we're in great danger of being preempted by the state. I think there's room for improvement in our coordination with the state delegation. As far as the limited use goes, I have, as was mentioned by Mr. Berliner, he and I represent an awful lot of the county where that's envisioned. And drafted an amendment in this area that I think I want to make a couple corrections to, and I'm happy to share with everybody. But I think the goal that I hope most of us could agree on is that nobody wakes up and finds a tower in front of their home and didn't have any notice about it and don't have any right to appeal its placement. That's a situation I think we could all empathize with and would be we'd be wise to avoid in as many cases as possible. So while I appreciate the committee's effort to put conditional use in some areas with underground utilities, that's definitely better for those residents. I think the unintended consequences, we're offering protections and a right to due process to some people and not others based on the zone they live in. People in all different areas of the county have concerns about this, and without debating the merits of their concern, I have a problem with telling some of my constituents you have right to notice and right to a public hearing, and others that you don't. And it's simply just a function of the neighborhood you chose to live in. There's folks in newer neighborhoods have all kinds of advantages as it is, having underground utilities and newer homes that aren't falling apart and fewer water main breaks and everything else. I think we put ourselves in a very difficult position to argue to tell the folks in our older neighborhoods that have to deal with older houses, older utilities, above ground, unreliable utilities to begin with. Sorry, you now don't have the same right to due process to a notice and to a hearing. I think we need to work on that problem. We just agreed to adopt an equity lens on all the policy that we're going to make here going forward. And to me, the ZTA, as it came out of the committee, only exacerbates the disparities that we have on the ground and doesn't address them. So I feel like we need to move closer to having a limited use, a conditional use for everybody in the county, maybe with some exceptions, but very, very few. I think that the way it's set up, it's unfair and will come back to bite us. I know the concern I've heard is that this is going to create a backlog of hearings that we have to manage. Understandable. As Jeff said, there's 120 applications pending now, and we're expecting 700 to 900 a year to come in.
I think the industry has said they have a sort of immediate plans for about 700, but they wouldn't be done with that either.
Right. So we have to manage this problem either way, to me. We have to hire more examiners or create a more expedited process or something. But to offer a certain set of rights to certain people in the county and not to others, I think is a problem. It's our duty to manage. And I don't think we can just get away with just telling people that we can't address their concern because of this process that we've created that we have control over. So that's why I suggest we retain the 60-foot setback in all residential zones, but allow a setback down to the maximum number of feet, whether it's 45 or 40, that's necessary to avoid a denial of service claim. That's I think a little more expansive and protective to neighborhoods than Rogers.
Why don't we ask staff to, characterize the differences there?
I mean, number one, where the committee is and where I think Councilmember Berliner was to say that you could, if necessary, go down to 30 feet. I don't know if, Councilmember Hucker, if you were proposing some variable standard greater than that as a minimum?
The way you had written it up, I thought, was to specifically allow it only in cases where it's necessary.
In cases where it's necessary, but down to 30 feet.
To avoid a denial of service.
Which is the same as Councilmember Berliner's. In that, the only difference with Councilmember Berliner's amendment is that it applies where conditional use is. No, it's required for where there's limited use. Whereas what you're proposing is to doing this within a regime where there are no limited uses. Everything is a conditional use, but has the same, really the same provision that the committee put in for the conditional uses, which said 60 feet, but allowable down to 30.
To extend that protection everywhere, as long as we aren't guilty of denial of service.
So let me just point out something about the FCC order on that one and the requirement to move forward on a non-discriminatory basis. In the underground utility areas, everything is required to be underground. So to say that there is an additional process that applies because you are asking for something that is not given to others. In the areas particularly where you have wooden utility poles, we do not require a conditional use for Pepco to attach 4-foot transformers. We do not require conditional use when we put up wireline communications. We do not require conditional use when you have slack cables, when you have splice enclosures, and other types of equipment that would be of similar size. We leave ourselves open to risk. And this was specifically addressed in the FCC order, that if you are now treating different entities using the same facilities differently in the right-of-way, and you're coming forward and you're saying, I'm going to treat wireless in addition to all the other things that we already have in place differently than we have it. In addition to the other things about a conditional use is that in the limited use is intended to be a bright line test. So if you meet the standards, you can move forward. Conditional use is the hearing examiner can say no. So now I've said in comparison for this one industry to other ones, that there is an additional one, an additional conditional use, and it isn't something that applies to everyone, I think puts us more at legal risk. In addition, I mean, there's a spot that we looked at where the county and Tacoma Park and the county line sort of come together. There's 54 poles there. There's only 3 of them that meet a 60-foot setback. And I didn't go back to look to see whether those already had equipment from Pepco that was on there. So if I had to go before a judge and say that I created a process that said, if you're not going to use one of those, you have to justify why, and the burden of proof is on you, as the Berliner Amendment would do, and you have a process for doing that, that's one thing. But if I'm now going to say that you have to prove that, and I'm not actually giving you a path forward that you could come in and still say it, and the hearing examiner could still say, no, I don't, I think that's a riskier legal strategy for us. And I think that when you look at, in looking at the mapping data, and you can take a look at it, when you look at the significant number of poles that do not meet a 60-foot setback, and the ability for a provider to come in and argue in court that we are effectively denying the provision of services that support the new iPhone and these other types of things, I just think that that puts us in a much riskier position. And again, I live in your district. I recognize I live in a spot where I've got a couple poles out there and things on there. I think the challenge that you have is the pole is already there. There is similar equipment that's put on it. So it puts us in harder, well, I understand and I appreciate what you're saying about that. It puts us in a much harder position legally to defend it because it's already there.
Mr. Zions, do you have any thoughts on our legal risk?
I mean, making it a conditional use where the pole exists already and it's a wooden pole puts the hearing examiner, and I'm trying to find the conditions for approval, if somebody could find that in 2 seconds, in a strange position, because the finding that they have to make is that the facility is compatible or can be made compatible with nearby residential by the use of screening, coloring, stealth design, visible mitigation options after considering the height of the structure, topography, existing vegetation, and environmental features. That's impossible to do when you are doing it with a replacement pole because the pole already exists. You're not going to put vegetation around the pole. It's already there. All you're doing is moving it 2 feet and possibly making it 6 foot higher. I forgot the height. 10, up to 10 feet higher. But it's it's hard to mask the visual intrusiveness of that existing pole.
Okay, I don't know if I have any more questions. I have other
Okay.
comments on enforcement and other things, but that's another time.
No easy way out. All right, Mr. Katz.
Thank you, Mr. President. So I understand the 120 applications that are existing right now. When they applied, what they were applying for was, what was the setback that they asked? How it exists today?
So so at the time, if you had an antenna that was smaller than 2 by 3, we said that you could place it on any existing structure so long it was 60 feet from a house and at least 15 feet above ground.
That's as the law exists today.
So what we changed that so that you can only put on the specific, what it did is we changed it so we closed a loophole. Because if you put on larger equipment, you weren't subject to that setback limit. The other thing is that when those applications came in, is that these were for co-locations on an existing structure, and the structures needed to be replaced to be stronger or taller. And that's what led them to be that they would be new structures and subject to conditional use, which has a 300-foot setback. So if you can use the pole without having to replace it, and the pole is at least 60 feet back, you could use it. If you have to replace the pole, it would have to be 300 feet back, both of which create problems for us to comply with the requirement not to prohibit service.
Okay, but I guess if someone applied to do that, which is what they've done in the 120 cases, and we said, yeah, you can do that, why is that denial?
Because we wouldn't say, yeah, you can do that.
All right, so we would say you can't do it under our law, under existing law.
Yes.
And our reason.
After a conditional use.
Okay, and the reason being that we wouldn't allow it would be for what reason?
Because they wouldn't meet the setbacks.
Because they wouldn't meet the setbacks, I see. So, and then what is the fine for if they don't remove something? And I know that's something that we were going to discuss as another ordinance.
It's a new provision that's been added in, and in the zoning ordinance, what is it, 500 or 1,000? But the more important thing is that we would have the ability to go for an abatement order. So we can, it's two tiers. One, we would impose a citation, and 2, we would be asking for an abatement order. The abatement order is to get the compliance, really. The fine is, it might be more of a, maybe to try to get their attention. Maybe it would cover some of our costs for recovery for taking enforcement action. Ultimately, when you have somebody who's really, really difficult, it does get to be painful, but what's the? 500. 500. So it's 500 per citation.
And could we say that if something is not removed after whatever time frame we feel is fair and worked out, then at that point, they could not put up new poles until the old poles are taken down? Any additional? Is that part of something that we could do?
You're dealing with the authorities of the Public Utility Commission and the right of PEPCO to provide service in the right-of-way.
So these would all be on PEPCO poles, is what you're saying?
Yeah.
Yes. So what we've done, though, too, to try to really get attention and there have been cases where we've really needed to, we literally have gone out every single day and issued a new citation, because every day that it is not corrected is a new violation. And when we've had a very difficult situation, we will do that. We go to court, we get the abatement order. We go out and we enforce the abatement order, and if we can't get compliance then we would have the court would have a show cause hearing on contempt. So, so that's a fairly powerful tool.
And just so I understand, if it's a private street, and not that I'm no fan of private streets, but if it's a private street and it's a private light on that private street, street light, then the homeowners association, or whoever owns that private light, would have the authority to say yes or no to, I'm asking it as a question, to any unregulated utility that would want to come in there, right?
God and Cliff Royalty know that I don't advise homeowners association. But barring that,
Well, we can check with Cliff. I don't know about other people. Yeah, go ahead, yeah.
you're dealing with private property. Zoning is a permissive opportunity. You can follow our guidelines, or you could not do it. It doesn't make you do anything or require you to do anything.
But you still would have to get a permit from us for that. It would not be a right-of-way permit, but it would be a permit.
Okay. And though, as I mentioned casually in the beginning, though I think we should be taking another breather on this thing and actually get it better, but in the fact, if we are going forward, I'm saying if we go forward, then can we require someone before the 120 days or whatever the FCC this week has said how fast you have to do something? Can we require before someone files, before the industry files, that there be requirements that they have a charrette with the public?
You mean at least a public meeting?
Public, whatever you want to call it, a public discussion?
I mean, we certainly have those requirements with applications for preliminary plans. The difference is I'm not sure how it would be interpreted on the shot clock basis, on whether they would start measuring that shot clock from the time that we required that application. I just don't know that answer.
And that is something that the FCC in their last order that they were specifically looking at were what they characterized as an end run around the shot clock by having other requirements that needed to be met before the application was filed. So I think that we could take a closer look at it, but I would be very concerned about that.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. Leventhal.
This has been a helpful dialogue. I would renew my request to my colleagues. Well, first of all, I want to ask a question of the Council President. When do you anticipate this will come before us for votes? Do you expect
2 weeks.
2 weeks from today?
Correct.
And is it your expectation that after today's work session, there would not be another work session, and that
Correct.
2 weeks from now, that would be our last discussion of this topic? Okay.
Yes.
Okay. If Mr. Katz is going to pursue what is, in effect, a tabling motion, I'd suggest, with great respect and friendship, that he do it. And then we can get that out of the way. And I don't know if it's in order to do it today, or if there's no votes today. I mean, I think a tabling motion's in order at any time, and it's non-debatable. That would then clear that out, so that all of us, myself included, can get our minds around what we're actually going to be voting on. Mr. Hucker said that he was going to propose that we go back to everything being a conditional use. I'm persuaded, based on what I heard both now and previously, that that would be interpreted as denying service, that would just be such a time-consuming enterprise for the wireless companies that they'll take us to court and we'll lose. So I wouldn't vote for that. Not because I want to avoid double negatives. I do have sympathy for my constituents who are feeling anxiety. I have sympathy for them. And I'm very open to reasonable amendments that go more in the direction of, as in Mr. Berliner's case, providing notification, providing opportunities for input. If we can increase the setbacks and sustain that in a court challenge, I'm open to those kinds of things. So this is complicated stuff. And I had the impression that Mr. Hucker had more amendments than the ones that he just alluded to now. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to renew my request to my colleagues to show your cards as early as possible. If Mr. Katz is going to offer a tabling motion, let's get it out of the way, okay? And then we don't have to spend more time talking about this complex topic, which only makes, those constituents who are paying attention to it, which is not many, really mad at us. So if it's the will of this body, I'm not going to vote for it. But if the will of this body is, let's not take it up now, deal with it in 2019 or 2020 or 2026 or just not now, then let's find that out soon so that we aren't debating something in advance of a tabling motion, which you're not supposed to do. If there's going to be a tabling motion, it's non-debatable. Get that out of the way. That's the first thing. Second thing is, Mr. Berliner's clear. We understand his amendments. The county executive says they're fine. I think they're fine. Mr. Hucker had a couple of suggestions just now which the county executives people think are problematic, and they sound problematic to me. If council members are thinking about other amendments, I'm not planning on offering others, but I'm open to voting for others. It would just really, really be helpful to know what those are, because this is complicated stuff. So if you have others, Mr. Hucker, maybe if we could hear what those are, or if other council members are going to do that. Because if we're going to end today, it's already after 4 o'clock. We're very rarely in session this late. And we're not going to take it up until 2 weeks from now, and then we're going to vote. You know, we really need some time to vet and understand and get the different points of view on different amendments. So if we could maybe achieve a finite list of amendments that are to be offered, that wouldn't have to be now in open session, but say 1 week before we vote. You know, if we're going to, I would just ask my colleagues not to present us with any surprise amendments, because we won't be able to make wise decisions in that context.
Thank you, Mr. Leventhal. Really appreciate your points there. And it is definitely my hope that anyone who wants to offer an amendment will, first of all, show their cards today, as you've said, and then secondly, immediately prepare any text so that we can have at least a full week to discuss and deliberate. I think we need time, and it takes time. So, you know, we are having discussion today, and then I'm sure we'll have additional discussion, but it should be focused and to the point, and hopefully people will know going in where they stand on issues.
And if I may, Mr. President, just last point again, it's so important, I'm going to repeat it. If there's going to be a tabling motion, then let's be clear about that, and then let's not waste our time on anything else. If it's going to be tabled and put off, let's know that, let's do that, and move on to other business, because this council has a lot of business before it.
Yeah. I mean, I would think that the tabling motion would be most in order right now, frankly. But I want to say something about that beforehand. I think it'd be a devastating decision to table this. I think that we won't have time to enact any legislation in the new council before the legislative process in Annapolis is way underway. And so I think it's very unfair to the next council to make them do this when we've already done it. And the issues aren't going to change. The real issue is setbacks. We've discussed every real issue. We know the issues. They're knowable. They're known. And I think that we ought to just tie this up and move on and let the next council, you know, deal with it, deal with other issues. Yeah, we have a queue, and so council members, I will continue through the order that we are currently in, and the next speaker is Ms. Florine.
Thank you. I agree that if we're not going to do this, let's not do it. I agree, and let's have the vote as soon as possible. They'll save everybody a fair amount of grief. But I will say, in response to the equity comment that was made earlier, think about what we're talking about. We're talking about what's a public utility. This is stuff that is supposed to be equitably available to people. Water, of course we have an issues with sewer, but water, sewer, electricity. The reason there are these public rights-of-way, and the history actually of all this is the Bell Atlantic, CNP, whatever it was before then. There was a public policy determination that the community needed access. That's the fundamental issue, access. Now, I'm fine with Mr. Berliner's suggestions. I'm fine with other amendments that help make this more palatable. I'll tell you, my house, I wish they'd put one on the pole that's 20 feet from my bedroom, because I have crummy cell service, and I have Fios, and I have all this stuff. It still doesn't work. I mean, everybody's situation is different. And as we go forward, our residents, a lot of them are working from home. Craig's father sounds like an advanced user of cell service. And I think we don't have a landline either anymore. But everything's changing all the time. And we have an obligation to worry about the people who aren't here, to worry about the people who can't, we heard from a number of young people about their dependency on cell service and wireless internet access. We have a lot of people that we want to encourage to be ready for the future. So, and those people may not be the same people who are concerned about the visual effects of this. In my personal neighborhood, which is within, I'm personally surrounded by wooden poles. There's a lot of junk on it that nobody sees. We're just used to it. It's not attractive. It's not beautiful, but it's there. Nobody notices this stuff. So I think we have to remember what our fundamental obligation is here, which is to make service of this sort available to the public in a reasonable fashion. I don't think there's any new issue that's likely to come up if the next council takes it up. If you don't want to do it, okay. But we've pretty much vetted the issues, tried to find a solution, and really tried to take a lot of things into account. But if you're talking about equity, I think you have to worry about everyone. And that's a lot of people that we haven't heard from, who are all on their phones at this point, probably not watching us, but doing their work and proceeding. So let's agree that term can be used in a variety of fashions. So I hope we decide to continue on with this conversation over the next couple of weeks. If we don't, we can, okay, that's what we are. That's who we are. But I do think we have an obligation to deal with this, and it's hard to load this on brand new council members. Just think I agree that it's unfair.
Thank you very much. I certainly agree. I think most people expect their phones to work when they turn them on, and they take that for granted. I think those are the people we aren't hearing from, as the people who expect us to do our job and ensure that wireless will continue to work. Mr. Rice. All right, Mr. Katz.
Thank you. I know this is going to come as a shock. Mr. President, I move that we table Z 1811.
All right, this is a motion that's non-debatable. It needs a second. Second. Seconded by Mr. Elrich. All those in favor, raise your hand. Mr. Katz and Mr. Elrich and Mr. Hucker. All right, very good. Now we shall return. Oh. Thank you, Mr. Those opposed, please raise your hands. Mr. Rice, Mr. Berliner, Mr. Reamer, Ms. Navarro, Ms. Florine, Mr. Leventhal.
Yeah, I have some other.
All right, you still have the.
Thank you. Since we're discussing what we should be considering for in the next couple of weeks, I would like to ask that the porches and other decks be included in the part where you measure for the setback. I think it's on on page 3 of the memo. We talked that porches are not part of the the home that we measure from. I think we should. I think in many cases a porch or a deck is really the part of the outside that a person who's living there actually uses, and I think that it's only fair that they be included in the area for a setback. I also. Well, it would be something that would be a change to what we, I was asked, right. Yeah, I was going to offer that as an amendment, right. Yeah. And then also I was going to offer as an amendment, though I know that there's going to need to be some discussion about what we can require prior to someone filing, the vendor, the industry, filing for their permits. Whether or not we can require that they actually have a meeting with the neighborhood, whether we can require that they actually have to show why that particular pole or whatever they're doing, why it's required in the area that it's required in. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Katz. So you'll prepare those with council staff, and you'll circulate them, as will anyone who is going to be offering amendments. Mr. Leventhal.
One of the things I just wanted to address very quickly that I have taken seriously, I'm listening to all the input we're getting, and colleagues have alluded to it and constituents have alluded to it. And that's the question of, why do we need 5G? My phone works fine. I've got 3G, no problem, and my calls pick up, and I have a router at home, and I just upgraded my fast service, so I don't need this, and therefore you shouldn't allow it. And I have some sympathy for that, but I think it is not sustainable. So, some people might think that gravel roads are just fine, we don't need paved roads, but as a society, we move towards paved roads for a variety of reasons, public safety, among others. I recollect years ago, decades ago, when I was explaining to my dad what the World Wide Web was. And he said, I don't need that, I can just get information at the public library. But his belief that the services were adequate to him in the 1990s didn't stop the development of the World Wide Web. So people may be entirely satisfied with their cell phone as it works today, or with their landline, or their router, or their broadband to their home, or whatever. This product is going to come on the market. It's irrelevant whether we want it to or not. It is going to come on the market. It's coming on the market. And it will be in Montgomery County. And it will be in that town in California that tried to ban it. So, anything we do is at the edges and will have limited impact on what really is vast consumer demand for a product that is going to be available, whether we think it should be or not. I've found certain quality of life benefits from having lost the primary election, and one of those is that I spend a great deal less time on Facebook. I'm really delighted with that. I don't need to be on Facebook. And for those of you who may not be running again, I encourage you to read a book, try something other than Facebook. But I can't stop Facebook. I can't stop consumer demand for Facebook. It's a product that's widely in demand, and 5G is too. So that conversation just isn't relevant. I'm hearing it. I know people are sincere when they say, I'm fine with the speed that I've got now, but that won't matter. It doesn't matter. The 5G is coming, and we can provide a reasonable process to facilitate it, or we can be preempted by the FCC. Those are really the choices that are before us, and it took me a little while to understand that, but that's really where we are. We're not going to prevent 5G, no matter how much shaking of fists and, feeling of adequacy for our current internet service we may express. 5G is coming. This 9-member council is not powerful enough to stop it.
Duly noted. Mr. Rice.
So I just wanted to say that I think we find ourselves in a really good position now to where we can roll up our sleeves over these next couple of weeks and highlight a lot of the issues. I've taken a lot of notes, as I know many people have, and look forward to seeing what these amendments would actually look like. I do encourage our departments to make sure that they're working hand in hand with us as well, to ensure that what we're thinking about in terms of some of these amendments are doable, and if not doable, and there are other things that we need to do, that we can set those in motion as well, so that it's seamless, sort of like what we were talking about with the enforcement piece. And so, Diane, I look forward to working with you and your department and really coming up with something that makes sense and moves us forward in terms of getting this done. I want to ensure that from and I can only speak for myself as an individual council member, but I know my colleagues feel the same way. We are really trying to come up with something that brings about and represents all of the issues that folks care about. This is not, and I don't want anybody to think that, and I know, Councilmember Leventhal said it earlier in his opening remarks, it'll get characterized that we're, rolling over people, we're capitulating to the industry, all those kinds of things, but I know where our commitment is to working with our community and trying to make something that's strong. I've already talked to Councilmember Hucker about some of the things that he's looking to do via limited use, and there may be something else that we can do regarding some of those neighborhoods and areas that doesn't necessarily involve a conditional use, but could provide some additional protections, additional input from community members, there are things that we can do, folks, that don't always require it to be. So again, this will be a process. We have 2 weeks, which is a long time in our book, to be able to get some of this stuff done. And so I just really look forward to working with my colleagues and really coming up with some strong amendments that I think are going to provide additional protections for our residents, but also provide them with what's going to be great service and a great amenity to our community as well. So thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Ms. Navarro.
Thank you. So, you know, a lot of work has been put into getting us to this particular point. And I did consider, you know, what would it look like if we were to delay and to wait for the new council. And I think that truly considering the amount of work that has been put into this, considering the complicated nature of what we're dealing with here, which is really kind of like astonishing. I mean, we are talking about, you know, how do we stay ahead of technology as it continues on a daily basis to outpace us. And so it's not a place where I'm particularly comfortable, and I, you know, don't appreciate the fact that we're dealing with trying to kind of stay ahead of what the FCC might do, while having to acknowledge that it is coming. And so I'm not convinced that we can say or think that we could just put a complete stop. And as policymakers, I think it is our duty to figure out how can we best, within our ability, mitigate impacts to our residents. And so it is kind of a new frontier in many ways. And I you know, listening very closely to this conversation, I think we have arrived at some places where there are some, hopefully, some further actions and options that we can consider and that we can include in our amendments when we take this up again. And hopefully, you know, again, kind of lead this as we move forward. I don't think that this will be the last type of, you know, sort of groundbreaking decisions that legislative bodies will have to face. And so, so it is a bit of an uncharted territory. And I do look forward to working with my colleagues, though both current and future, on, you know, future pieces of legislation to strengthen some of these processes, you know, and on the enforcement, the Tower Committee, and how we can make sure that our residents have a better, you know, stronger voice. I think there are some other things that we can do, because at the end of the day, I think we have to set ourselves up to what might be coming our way nonetheless. So, you know, I appreciate everybody's input in this. I know it's been a lot of dedicated time and effort, but I think we have arrived at least in a decent place to move forward with strengthening some things, and then we shall see what else to do. It's kind of being between a rock and a hard place. You know, we could have done nothing and then just have to face whatever came our way, or really truly try to, in our own way, hopefully preempt what's coming. So just appreciate my colleagues' indulgence.
Excellent.
If I may,
Yes.
against Jeff's objection.
You want to chime in with your praise of the recent comments?
Yes, I do want to thank the council. I do want to say that we are willing to work with you, appreciate and recognize what you're talking about finding a way to manage the public input into the process. I will tell you that we have actually have draft information about the TFCG, because we have been looking at that and we've been kind of waiting to address that sequentially. But one piece I just do want you to please keep in mind, the FCC timelines, the shot clock. The current process right now on that conditional use would be 150 days, and they have reduced that down to 90 days. The conditional use has a public notice that goes out to the public, so you have to kind of shorten that period of time. For the other co-locations, it's 60 days to do action. So I would just ask, and we're willing to work with you, having tried to schedule meetings and finding a date that works for many people and doing it on short notice can be a difficult thing. So that's why when we looked at processes where things were written, having things in there where there are automated processes where people can sign up in advance, and any time that something's submitted to you, you automatically get them. having other processes so that in thinking about as well how these work together, because where we are adding more analysis that happens at the tower committee as to which one is here and which one is there, that all sort of takes time and that builds in. So we're committed to working with you, but I just want you to be, for all of us to be aware of that those shot clocks that we have in there, that to try to find processes that work with that. And the last thing I'll just say is about the TFCG, because
That's
people
the
have-
Tower Committee.
The Tower Committee, so the Transmission Facilities Coordinating Group. The last thing I'll say about that, we created that in the 1990s. It was primarily initially designed that we had lots of different landowning and land management agencies, and so we wanted to have a place to coordinate. It was also intended to be something that could provide expert advice to them. That process, we have reviewed over 3,000 applications throughout the county. We have over 500 locations and 1,200 antennas in there. So there are things that we have looked at that, particularly as we have some of the small cells. Part of it was before that when we only had these larger towers and they were much further back and they weren't in neighborhoods, some of this process, and particularly placing them in there, and like any process where you have change, you have to try to make those amendments. So we have put some thought and some time and effort in that. We're happy to work with you on that. But I just kind of did want to explain, and there were also, I will say.
Okay, wait, no more alsos. Thank you.
Okay.
That was helpful, thank you. Mr. Elrich.
So I might look at some amendments on design issues, because I think that's one area that I'm not completely comfortable with, and so I'll see if there's something useful there. And you do not have any suggestions on the Tower Committee ready to go now.
If you give me a couple days, yes.
Good.
I mean, we have a week and a half, yes, so within that time period, yes, I think that we will have something to share.
That would be helpful. The sooner the better, so that we can get some of the people who were very unhappy with that process to get some feedback and see if you're able to address it in that time frame. I just want to say, whatever we did today was not going to keep 5G out of the county. That's just like such hyperbole that it's ridiculous, since the last bill we passed brings 5G into the county. So this idea that somehow we were going to hold back progress or people weren't going to get 5G is just not true. Those of us on this dais who have iPhones, I will tell you that the latest news is that iPhone is not embracing 5G, and may not for a while, because they're happy with 4G gigabit service, which gets you the same speed as what 5G gets for the purposes of a phone anyway. Not for broadcasting into your house to compete with cable, but for your phone, it's a lot of stuff. So those of us in this other technology will probably just have to look at other people with 5G phones and say, oh, well. But I think we'll all survive somehow.
Or shareholders will have a voice.
Showing your tech bona fides, Mr. Elrich.
So I'll be happy with my 4G phone for the moment, and we'll figure this out.
Thank you, Mr. Elrich. Mr. Bluner.
Well, Mitzi, thank you for your comments, because as you heard, I had asked Jeff for his analysis of the Tower Committee process, in part because for the very reasons you cited, it was really designed for a different era. And now the question is, given the concerns moving into residential neighborhoods in a way in which that did not do, prompts different responses. And so I do think we need to modernize it. And just as we did with the farm alcohol bill of saying, okay, we're going to pass that, but then we're going to have a review every 2 years, we ought to, if we pass the ZTA, which appears to be the case at some point in 2 weeks, we ought to simultaneously ensure that that process, in fact, is a process that we're all comfortable with and that residents are comfortable with, that they have some means by which to monitor and have input and see the process. So I do think updating this statute would be very helpful. I also wanted to respond briefly because a tabling motion is non-debatable, and I felt like I wanted to explain the reasons why I ultimately concluded that we should not table this action and that we should move on it, since it was non-debatable. And that is, I looked very carefully, and I have great respect for Mr. Katz and his view that we could use more time, and I think it is absolutely the case that we're ahead of our public, and that our public is nervous about it. And so I have sympathy for that. But I also heard our counsel say that there's risks associated with that, risks that could result in the applicants being granted their applications across the board without the standards that we're seeking to do. That's a serious risk, and therefore we would not be doing our residents a service by delaying. We would actually be making their lives worse. And secondly, I don't think we're going to learn a lot more in the next 3 months. And so if there isn't a whole lot more to learn, and my goodness, a lot of work has gone into this. For 2 years, a lot of work has gone into this. And so the notion that we're not able to make a decision now based on what we know now, in the absence of some notion that out there we'll learn more, it felt like, no, this wasn't the right thing. And then finally, I would say, as much as I would love Andrew Friedson to be sitting here and making this next call, I don't think it's fair to the new council to come in 2 months to be dealing with this kind of issue. And in some ways, it's easier for Mr. Leventhal and myself and others who are not going to be here to bring whatever wisdom that we have to bear with respect to this, and to act responsibly in the face of community upset. And the community is upset, and you need to know it, which is why we need to bend over backwards in every way we can to make sure that the community has an opportunity to be heard with respect to this, because this is going to be a bitter pill for a lot of people. They're going to be angry. Of course, they're angry a lot, but this is not been an easy road. And but on balance, I felt like we'd run risk. I felt like we weren't going to learn much, and I didn't feel like it was going to be fair to the new guys, which is why I ultimately concluded, as much as we're ahead of our public, that it would not serve our public to postpone deliberations with respect to it. So, thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. Berliner. Good comments. Appreciate that. That was a very thorough discussion. I think we covered a lot of issues, and we have some work cut out for us over the next 2 weeks. We are scheduled to take this up 2 weeks from now, and we do have some short items, and we have public hearing tonight. We have some very short items. Ms. Florine, you're correct. These can be quick. Turning back to legislative session day 23, call of bills for final reading. Thank you to the executive team for your participation in our discussion on small cells. Bill 2618 is landlord-tenant relations, accessory apartment licensing. This, Ms. Florine.
Yes, this is just basically codifies the process for having the accessory apartment under the terms that we have already approved. It basically, we didn't change the rules with respect to accessory apartments, except the sort of the overall process by which you could get a license. So what this basically says is that the applicant has to request a waiver from certain standards in order to receive that license. The hearing examiner grants that unless there's an objection, at which case, and that's if there's an objection, the hearing examiner holds a hearing, and then it goes, the argument gets resolved one way or the other, and if someone doesn't like it, they can appeal it, I guess, to the Board of Appeals. I was wrong about that this morning. So, Mr. Zients, you've left us.
This is your bill.
Not so quick. But anyways, Mr. Zients will agree that I've accurately described it. Haven't I accurately described it?
This bill is necessary for the authorities that you just granted under the zoning provision. This is, if you will, enabling legislation for the hearing examiner to be able to apply the waiver provisions. It also has a couple of different timelines that he thinks is required, and the committee agreed with those timeline changes.
So we need to do this to accompany the other part. Thank you.
All right, and this is a roll call vote. Ms. Paradise.
Mr. Elrich?
Yes.
Got one more.
Mr. Elrich votes yes. Mr. Hucker?
Yes.
Mr. Hucker votes yes. Mr. Rice?
Yes.
Mr. Rice votes yes. Mr. Berliner?
Yes.
Mr. Berliner votes yes. Mr. Leventhal?
Yes.
Mr. Leventhal votes yes. Ms. Florine?
Yes.
Ms. Florine votes yes. Mr. Katz?
Yes.
Mr. Katz votes yes. Ms. Navarro?
Yes.
Ms. Navarro votes yes. Mr. Reamer?
Yes, I vote yes, that is unanimous. And our final item, perhaps even more expedited Bill 2418, Forest Conservation Amendments. The T&E Committee has recommended enactment as introduced. Ms. Myhill, can you give us the very quick summary?
I will do so. Actually, the staff packet walks through the highlights of the bill. Essentially, it makes some clarifying changes to and some updates to legislation that was enacted earlier this year as well as a year or so ago.
And I see some park and planning staff who've sat here through the entire day for this item, okay?
Let's make it worth your while.
All right.
I know this was a lot of fun.
Ms. Paradise.
Mr. Elrich?
Yes.
Mr. Elrich votes yes. Mr. Hucker?
Yes.
Mr. Hucker votes yes. Mr. Rice?
Yes.
Mr. Rice votes yes. Mr. Berliner? Mr. Berliner votes yes. Mr. Leventhal?
Yes.
Mr. Leventhal votes yes. Ms. Florine? Ms. Florine votes yes. Mr. Katz?
Yes.
Mr. Katz votes yes. Ms. Navarro?
Yes.
Ms. Navarro votes yes. Mr. Reamer?
Yes, that is unanimous, and that concludes our work for the afternoon. We'll be back at 7:30 PM tonight for a community grants process discussion about a recent report about the community grants process, and we'll be hearing from interested parties. We have 25 speakers lined up. Have a good afternoon, everyone, what remains of it. Thank you very much.